Scugog is situated on treaty land that is steeped in rich Indigenous history. Today we acknowledge that we are gathering on the traditional territories of the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nations. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic Indigenous connection to this land and recognize the contributions First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples have made both in shaping and strengthening this community in particular, our province and country as a whole. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Once again, good evening, everyone, and welcome. There are no announcements from Council and staff this evening, but I would like to take a moment and provide you with an overview of today's meeting and a few housekeeping notes. First of all, I'd like to start by acknowledging that we know this subject is particularly important to you and also equally as important to us. This Council and I take the subject of development very seriously. Respectful discourse on any subject is the cornerstone of our democratic processes. We are hosting here tonight at the SCRC to provide the community with the means to engage in this matter. Regardless of our opinions on specific projects, we can all agree that we are here this evening and share common values with good intentions as we want what is best for our community as a whole. I offer a few reminders before we get started and a few housekeepings. The washrooms are out in the hall area. Fire exits are marked in this room as well as through the main doors. Attendees in the gallery, we thank you in advance for respecting these proceedings. Please refrain from emotional outbursts, shouting, or behavior intended to disrupt the delegates, discussion, or general proceedings. Only members of Council and the municipal staff shall be permitted to enter the Council floor during the sitting of Council or committee. We have several delegates and speakers this evening, and we want to ensure that everyone has been permitted to speak, being given the opportunity. Delegates are reminded that you will be given 5 minutes to speak to the committee. Please watch your time, and as well, we have our clerk over there going with a big clock there to also watch the time. We will advise you a couple of maybe 10 seconds or so before if you're running close to your time. In the interest of trying to enable everyone to speak, we do ask that you adhere to this time quite strictly, and we will do our best to keep things moving. Delegates must come forward, speak into the microphone, and state for the record your name and municipal address. We appreciate delegates respecting the decorum and rule of procedures for this meeting. As stated on the signs at the entrance and in Bylaw 66-18, delegates should not speak disrespectfully, use offensive words, speak on any subject other than the subject for which they have given notice to address this committee, disobey this decision of the chair, enter into debate with councillors, council members, or appropriate any unused time to another delegate or presenter. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to have the opportunity to hear from everyone that is asked to speak this evening, and we again appreciate your cooperation. As you delegate, a committee may ask you questions if they choose. Please, if there are no questions, you can return to your seat, and otherwise I will ask after each delegate if there are any questions from committee so that you can have clear direction. I may call a recess if attendees do not adhere to what has just been outlined, and those who are disruptive may be asked to leave the meeting and vacate the premises. Again, I know you are here tonight because you care about our township and this matter. I trust that you will demonstrate respect for the process and kindness to all. Thank you. Okay, so moving on, As I said, there are no announcements from council and/or staff. So at this time, we will start with our first delegate, and that is Chief Kelly LaRocca regarding the MZO request from Avenue Properties. Chief LaRocca, welcome.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge everyone in the room, say hello and good evening, and of course all of the dignitaries and mayor and council. Anin Bojo Najwe Makwakwe Indigenous Wabshishi Dodem Chichak Dodem Skugog Minising Donjaba. Thank you for listening as I introduce myself in my language, Anishinaabe-Moan. My name is Kelly LaRocca, and of course you know I serve as the chief, very proudly serve as the chief of the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation. We acknowledge the land and the water, and I appreciate your commitment to recognizing Indigenous reconciliation. However, reconciliation must be grounded in consistent commitment to meaningful action. Meaningful action includes, but is not limited to, consultation efforts. Reconciliation requires adherence to your constitutional duty to consult Indigenous communities on matters affecting our treaty and traditional territories. We are often asked by Indigenous allies how they can demonstrate genuine commitment to reconciliation. Honoring Indigenous consultation is one of the clearest and most important actions. It is low-hanging fruit. The proposed project directly affects our lands as negotiated under the Williams Treaty's final settlement agreement in 2018. Under Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982, the Crown has a legal obligation to consult impacted Indigenous communities before any decisions are made that affect our lands and waters. In actual fact, Minister Calandra and the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, MMAH, have affirmed that the MZO does not override have affirmed that the MZO process does not override the constitutional duty to consult. We were alarmed to hear the proponents previously suggest that Indigenous consultation is not necessary. This is factually incorrect and disrespectful to the legal process and the relationships that have been built over long years. This misunderstanding persists and should raise serious concerns about the integrity of this proposed project. To date, we are still waiting for meaningful consultation on this proposal, as is required by law. This needs to happen before any further steps are taken. An obvious first step is to provide a site plan. Our stance on this proposal remains clear. We do not support it. Fast-tracking this residential development project through an MZO undermines the perspectives of not only MSIFN, but the other Williams Treaties First Nations, and of course, the broader Scugog Township. The process of issuing an MZO for rapid development of this nature prioritizes fast-track revenue generation over the well-being of land and the people who live here. The township recently put the brakes, understandably so, on the Lake Scugog Enhancement Project. MSIFN has pledged $1.5 million to this important project to date. The township says the proposed improvements will be delayed and that the water quality of Lake Scugog will continue to deteriorate. It makes little sense to add this 600-unit project and all of its sewage as an additional threat to water quality in Lake Scugog. You will hear from Avenue Developments that we approved as Scugog First Nation sewage to be put into the lake under the project at Greski's Landing on the island. I can tell you that the regulations on trailer parks are vastly different. Third-party engineers looked at that project. The scale of the development was vastly different than 600 units. And Goreski's does have its own sewage treatment system. Avenue cannot say for certain that they won't have effluent in Lake Scugog. Herein lies the problem. Where is their detailed design? No species at risk were identified by the Land Information Ontario report for that Goreski's Landing. Since this time, we have identified brook trout, our landspeople have, in addition to other aquatic species, as listed in the province's report for Goreski's. I urge you to know that this is a vastly different project than was Goreski's Landing. Don't allow Avenue to try and hide behind that, or put it out there as some proof of some kind of hypocrisy on the First Nations' part. It could not be farther from the truth. In conclusion, we are not opposed to growth or development. As leaders, I want to thank the council at the head of the room. It is hard to put yourself forward in this way. Such projects, however, must be done in a way that respects the rights of First Nations, the environment, and the broader community. Looks like I'll have to stop it there. I've never met a Mike I didn't like. I would love to speak more. I look forward to your questions. Miigwech.
Thank you very much, Chief.
I can sit down? No questions? Or?
I don't think, my mic is working. Thank you very much. Are there any questions from committee? Councillor Guido?
Thank you.
Sorry, this is very awkward. Yeah, this is
Thank you,
awkward.
Madam Mayor. I'm not sure if my microphone is on. Thank you, Chief LaRocca, for your delegation tonight. We've heard multiple times of late the words meaningful consultation. For members of council and those here tonight, can you explain what meaningful consultation looks like?
I'll try and summarize it in a nutshell, but you'll see on our website that we will be providing a report that sets out our notion of what we believe meaningful consultation is, and it won't be a 5-minute answer. But I can say early engagement is one of the cornerstones, certainly. Secondly, an assessment not only of what treaty rights mean to the First Nation, but an assessment of what treaty rights mean to the community. Treaties are contracts that are two-way. And so when we engage consultation, when I would humbly ask with respect, I realize you work hard, all of you work very hard to represent the community you're in and your constituents of your wards. But when you go proposing things, or even when staff proposes things, always asking, has the First Nation been consulted? Not just a letter or a phone call or even a meeting, actually. It's an ongoing process of relationship, and that's what consultation is. It's not giving up after 1 or 2 meetings that may not go your way. Not you, as in you, I mean the proverbial you. So, that is really what we would ask, is that proponents set aside time, but also budget, to meet with First Nations that are impacted and engage with them on how to mitigate any potential impact on treaty rights and whether any accommodations can be met. Oftentimes it's we're engaged by proponents all throughout our treaty area, which is huge, and we're asked, what are the rights we've impacted? What are some rights you can foresee being impacted or that might be impacted that we need to study further? And how might you feel it reasonable to be accommodated in this regard? Sometimes, usually it involves private discussions because you don't want fanfare and people getting all upset, right? It might involve a proponent like Avenue did for us. They proposed an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, in talking with the First Nation about this project and whether we could come to some kind of consultation funding arrangement where, because the First Nation gets, you got to figure the Williams Treaties is huge, and so the First Nation receives requests for consultation all the time, and attached to those requests are big expenses, engineers' reports, archaeological reports, of course, which we're hugely concerned around that for this particular space. We could have environmental assessment work done and traditional land use studies and that kind of thing, and it costs money. but the proponents are, I think, changing their tune because of the United Nations Declaration on Indigenous Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report, which has identified the need for First Nations to participate meaningfully in development conversations around how their rights might be impacted and affected.
Thank you, Chief.
Miigwech.
No further questions.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor McDougall?
Thank you.
Can you folks at the back, well, I guess if we sit really close, you can hear us. We'll just do this.
Thank you.
Pull
Sorry,
it closer
is
to you.
my mic on?
Pull it
Closer.
closer.
Oh, okay. Hang on, sorry. Chief LaRocca, just a query. Chief LaRocca, just a query. Do you understand right now that this is not an application to the Township of Scugog? Okay.
Excuse me. Thank you for that. Ian, talk
All right.
into
Sorry,
the
this
mic.
is not our usual technology. We're not in our usual space, and these are not our usual microphones, so forgive me. Chief LaRocca, do you understand that this is a delegation that's asking this municipality of Scugog for something, that this is not a formal application, and they've went through no application process to date with this?
They're asking you to support an MZO. And so I think the question is a principled one, really, based on your constituents who have certain concerns and based on your relationship with the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation. It doesn't hang on principle, though, actually. The health and usability of the lake, of course, is paramount. Is it going to be any better if we have mega mansions put there, say 20, than a 600-unit development? That's really the multi-million-dollar question, isn't it? And whether or not that 600-unit development and its proposed wastewater treatment plant, which I haven't seen the plans for, is actually going to be better than the septics of 20 homes. I hazard a guess it will be worse, but that's not for me to answer. I'm not a technical person, unfortunately. I wish I did get my water engineering degree. Next time.
Thank you. No, thank you. I was just looking for clarification if the understanding was that, similar to yourselves, that there is no application before the municipality. It's merely a delegation asking the municipality for something, like many other asks that the municipality gets on a regular basis.
Yes, I understand what you're saying, Councillor McDougall, but when a proponent comes forward with a development plan, you typically would expect a site plan to go with it. And I certainly can't atone to an MZO process. You have to understand, we negotiated in 2018 a final settlement agreement for the Williams Treaties of 1923. In short, those treaties were interpreted as taking away all rights to harvest, hunt, fish, trap, gather from the First Nations who were signatory, and took away their livelihoods and their ability to be on the land and engage with land as previously was done. So in 2018, they actually realized, after a lot of evidence went into court, that they were wrong to have M&R officers shoot at our people for hunting and fishing. They were wrong. In fact, those pre-Confederation treaties, like Treaty 20, which extends over Lake Scugog, were in fact valid, and they screwed up, hence the final settlement agreement. So we came to a settlement. I'm very glad about that, but I can't atone or attorn to an MZO process, whether it's just by way of request or formal application.
Thank you. Thank you.
Miigwech, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McDougall. Councillor Rock?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Chief LaRocca. Thanks for being here tonight and sharing your perspective. I just want to clarify one thing, just so I'm very clear on an answer that you gave to Councillor Guido. You put forward the idea that that Avenue Properties had asked the Mississaugas for an NDA. So are you saying that Avenue wanted to place an NDA on the conversations with you? I just want to be clear on that.
I want to be clear too, Councillor Rock. They had proposed it as a possibility, as a vehicle for meaningful discussions, which never occurred.
Okay, so, but.
And their original
you're saying-
position, just to be clear, Councillor Rock, was that no Indigenous consultation was in fact required.
Yeah, as I said, I just want to be clear that it's your position that Avenue had put forward the request for an NDA, not yourselves. That was my only question. Thanks.
That's my understanding, yes.
Anything further, Councillor Rock?
No, that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from committee? Seeing none, Chief, I do have just one. In the Section 35 of the Constitution Act that speaks to the duty to consult, and perhaps this is my lack of understanding, but it says that it is the ultimate responsibility of the federal and provincial government, and that it applies to Crown land. So does the treaty, the signed treaty, make all land Crown land?
The duty of consultation applies to treaty lands. It's, if you look at a well-established body of case law from the Supreme Court of Canada, it is interpreted as such. This land is our land. That's the way we've seen it anyway. So we can agree to disagree on that, of course.
No, I'm just asking for
But
clarification.
The duty of consultation is owed, yes, by the federal and provincial governments, the municipality being a funded agent of the province. That requires municipal consultation to First Nations. It's the position we take. And just to say, you know, there's nothing nefarious about an NDA being offered. I know I'm addressing Councillor Rock's question, but that is actually commonplace in terms of trying to negotiate what a capacity funding agreement might look like towards actually getting to meaningful consultation.
So if I understand correctly, we often, if you have a site plan, as you mentioned before, we do require the studies and the assessments and so on and so forth, and often the proponent presents them with the application. Is it your understanding that they need to also have that peer-reviewed by a different consultant or a different person to do that?
Yes, we would like their work peer-reviewed by
Okay?
an independent third party.
All right. And just to be clear, you and I have had many conversations, and I was not in any way suggesting that we would not want to consult. I just wanted to understand, we've heard much about the duty to consult, and in the simplistic form of Section 35 of the Constitution, it is not clear. So that was my question. I think as neighbors, yes, we should consult. So just to set that record. And again, I do thank you for your comments and appreciate you coming forward and sharing with the public. Thank you very much.
May I just say thank you for coming to me and always having an open door, as well as all of your council members. I know we may not always agree, but I do appreciate the kindness. Our community deserves kindness, as does yours. In fact, it's all of our community. I don't like thinking of it as us and them. Our kids go to school here in the town. They play with your kids. They're taught by the teachers here who work their butts off. I really want to acknowledge the community. It's important that we work together, and that's really what tonight is about. So, miigwech. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, while I appreciate the sentiment of clapping and showing your approval and so on and so forth, I would really ask that we refrain from that for the simple manner that takes our adds 1 extra minute to everyone's delegation, not counting the questions from committee, and there are 26 delegates. So it's going to be a long night, so if we can keep it as short as possible, please. And so I will ask that we refrain from clapping. Thank you very much. And if that's a sign of respect, we're in trouble. Okay, moving forward to our second delegation. That is from John Brown from the Scugog Lake Stewards. John, come on forward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of committee. My name is John Brown. I live at 74 Holtby Court. Rob Mercervier is the president of Lake Stewards, and he's out of the country at the minute, and he's asked that I deliver his presentation, and I'm happy to do that. Over the last decade, our community observed serious deterioration of lake water quality due to climate warming, changing water levels, shoreline erosion, polluted stormwater, runoff, and destructive invasive species, all of which can be exacerbated by development decisions and further threaten Lake Scugog. Now, the looming large 600-unit development proposal could make things even worse by interfering in a significant wetland and putting a large privately owned communal sewage treatment system and stormwater management facility in the shores of Lake Scugog and Corkers Creek, which are vulnerable to additional environmental impacts. The developer Avenue Properties has asked the Township of Scugog to request a provincial minister's zoning order to speed up the zoning and unit density for the project. However, we seriously question whether saving time is a good enough reason to remove municipal oversight and control of this development. If the MZO was approved, zoning, density, form, and spacing of the development would essentially be set in stone in regulation made under the Planning Act. That would be before updated ecological assessments to determine appropriate environmental protection and hazard and land zone boundaries and setbacks, before a major private communal water system, wastewater system, treatment facility is designed and deemed functionable and appropriate for the site and site conditions, before carrying or assimilative capacity of the site is determined, before the routing of water services and a second access road to the development currently projected to cross the wetland are designed in an environmentally acceptable way, with only the minister responsible for determining what studies may be required and what, if any, consultation is needed to establish site design. To make matters more concerning, there is no appeal mechanism. Asking for an MZO without the information in hand is putting the cart before the horse and could spell bad news for Lake Scugog. We have seen recent development failures to lead to massive silt and sediment spills into Lake Scugog, despite assurances from builders that it would never happen, touting their technology as an oversight. The risks with this development are similar, if not greater, given the site's unique ecology. There would be major threats to the wetland and abutting creek and resulting from sedimentation, contamination, and construction overall, not to mention potential future failures of the water and wastewater system. That also could have taxpayer impact if that ever happened. The Scugog Lake Stewards Board is supportive of development in the township of Scugog. We understand the pressure to provide housing, and particularly affordable housing. We will welcome if this project was adequately studied and shown not to have any short or long-term impacts on the shoreline development or the lake prior to zoning and densities being prescribed. At this point, there are no assurances that this is an acceptable location with acceptable site conditions to meet 600-unit housing target and meet those with safe impact thresholds. More study is needed. This development should not be rushed and not placed in the hands of the province. We question the need for provincial intervention at all. We would ask that Council say no to Avenue's draft resolution and request that an MZO, the health of Lake Scugog is so obviously vital to the health of our community, not only from an environmental perspective, but also from an economic, health, employment, tourism, lifestyle, and image. Our best chance to protect the lake is to have the township retain full authority and control of the development process. Accordingly, our recommendation as Lake Stewards is to urge committee and council to recommend to Avenue Properties to instead file the proper official plan amendment applications with the region of Durham and the township to enable the normal planning process to begin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Are there any questions from committee? Councillor Rock?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Brown. Thank you for being here and your delegation. Just a couple of quick questions. I want to. Can you help me understand? Were the Lake Stewarts in opposition to the treatment plant that went up at Goreski's that's putting nearly 200,000 liters of affluent out of that system into the lake? Did the Lake Stewarts speak out against that?
So I've been a Lake Steward for the last approximate year. I only moved to Port Perry a year ago, so I really don't have any history or knowledge of the question you're asking, unfortunately. I'm sure Mr.
Okay.
Servier would have been able to answer it, but I just have no experience at all of that.
Right. So, because I think that that's important. I think, health of the lake comes in many different ways. When we know that there are now systems currently leaching into the lake, there are multiple wastewater treatment plants that are actually putting things that we know into the lake. I haven't, unfortunately, seen the Lake Stewart speak out against any of the multitude of systems that are currently pumping things out into the lake. And I guess I'm having a hard time reconciling the concern when it comes to a private system that has been deemed to not put anything into the lake at all. I'm having trouble squaring that circle with the Lake Stewart's opposition.
So I'm not really understanding your argument. Are you arguing because there's existing pollution, that pollution is not an issue?
No, I'm arguing that there are many sources of pollution.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And I've not heard the Lake Stewarts speak out in opposition to any of them, but you're speaking out on this one when the system is not going to be putting anything into the lake. So I guess I'm concerned about the what ifs, could be's, and potentials versus what's actually happening to the lake.
Sorry.
I guess I'm just not understanding the focus.
Well, I guess I'm not really understanding your argument because it just seems to me that the argument here is whether the municipality should retain control of what is a very complex development with very serious implications. That's the issue, and whether the municipality retains that control or whether you, I guess, upload that to the province. And that's the argument that's before council at this point in time, or will be before council at this point in time. So I think on that issue, which is what the Lake Stewarts are responding to, is that we think municipal control should be retained. We don't think sorry, if I could finish.
Councillor Rock, let Mr. Brown finish, please.
So we don't think speed and expediency and a rush is an argument to justify a complete lack of control and the abdication of local responsibility for planning decisions. We don't agree with that.
Fine, thank you for that. And what I'll say is, so no MZO is the same. Were the MZO to be granted as a bylaw of the municipality, having the municipality gain all control, does that mean that the Lake Stewarts would then not have opposition to it?
The Lake Stewarts issue right now is that we have meaningful, proper, and comprehensive study, that we know what it is that we're dealing with. It's a very complex matter. I'd like to congratulate staff for an excellent detailed report that they prepared. And that report, I think, is a prerequisite for the municipality to do its due diligence to know and understand the implications of this development. In my personal opinion, and I've got almost 30 years experience as a senior municipal administrator, I have never seen a municipality not do their full diligence, and the complexity of this issue requires that and more, even in my opinion. So I don't know how council could make a decision in the absence of the information which staff have very well outlined in the report. And with that information being provided, I think that the recommendation that Avenue should submit a development application to the town and this council should retain responsibility is the only way reasonably to go in the interests of this community. That's my personal opinion.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from committee? Councillor Rock, did you have any further questions?
I do not, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so at this time, I would ask committee that presentation or delegation 10.1 and 10.2 be received for information. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Guido, Councillor McDougall, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we'll move on to 10.3, which is delegation from Phil Potten. Potten, I hope I'm saying your name correctly, on behalf of the Environmental Defense regarding the MZO properties. I'm sorry, I'm doing the best I can. I'll try and, but thank you. Just wave at me or something.
Good evening, councillors and residents. My name is Phil Pothen, and I'm a lawyer, Ontario Environment Program Manager, and the Land Use and Land Development Program Manager for the Charity Environmental Defense, which is a nonpartisan think tank, and we are the leading environmental charity and think tank focused on land use planning issues. We've developed a particular expertise on the increasingly reckless abuse of what are called ministers' zoning orders. So we have been consistent in saying that there are a lot of appropriate places and appropriate circumstances for ministers' zoning orders. This tool is meant for situations of extraordinary urgency where the decision would become moot if we had to wait for the ordinary process. For example, we supported MZOs when they were used to provide supportive housing that was being used to get elderly and immunocompromised people out of homeless shelters during the height of the COVID pandemic. We supported use of MZOs to authorize sidewalk cafes during the pandemic to keep businesses from going out of business, because that was one of those urgent emergency circumstances. And MZOs are really only appropriate inside of existing built-up areas, where there's already so much impermeable surface, there's already so much development that there aren't likely to be very complicated and unpredictable impacts on habitat or hydrology as there are when you're building greenfield development. So, for example, we frequently support ministers' zoning orders converting parking lots to modular housing, and we've put our necks out repeatedly to do that. The present government, though, has issued more MZOs than all the governments from 1995 to 2018 combined. And for schemes like this that aren't emergencies by any stretch of the imagination, and very often, if not for the most part, for greenfield development. So we cannot trust that if you put a request to the government, it's going to be dealt with in any kind of appropriate way. They have form on these issues. You can trust them to say yes to whatever their friends ask for. We're also an organization that spends more time advocating for the approval of more housing and densities in the places where it confers environmental benefits than we do opposing developments that we disagree with. So there are a lot of sites like that in the region, in the Greater Toronto Area, in the Durham region, and right here in Scugog, we don't doubt. We'd love you to sit down with you and talk about what those are. Just last year, we rallied municipal councils in Ontario to proactively upzone tens of thousands of lots for literally hundreds of thousands of additional residential units. So we'd love to speak with your council about where the places are that you should be doing that here in Port Perry and Scugog, and there are a lot, and I've seen them, and I'd be happy to talk to you about them. The fact that we're here in person urging you to reject this development proposal and refuse to reject this MZO, when the main focus of our work is advocating for the kind of development that helps the environment and helps solve the housing shortage, to tell you everything you need to know about it. This is not an appropriate site for development generally. This is not a site where it's appropriate to put 600 people. And it's not a site where it's appropriate to increase the impermeable surface areas. And the documents before you, while they are drafted in the very diplomatic, very polite language of planning staff, make it clear that your planning staff agree. Based on the documents before you, you have to say no to this development. There is no reasonable, justifiable way for you to say yes without thumbing your nose at your own planning staff and defying any kind of genuine commitment to your planning principles. And in particular, so the fight today, I suspect, because my friends from the proponents are speaking after me, so I can only guess. It's going to be that they are going to try to say that, well, we can work out the details later. That all we're asking you to do now is just approve the density, just say that we should do the 600 people, and don't worry, we'll work it out with you how to make it work. But the safe assumption here is that there is no good way to add 600 this number of units on this site. Because it's an isolated promontory of land surrounded by wetlands on one side, it abuts low-density housing development in the north.
10 seconds.
And it's directly abuts to the river. When they say you need these reports before you can say yes, what they're really saying is you cannot say yes without these reports. The assumption is that.
Thank you
should
very
say no.
much.
Thank you.
Okay, so I've asked twice for no clapping. The next time, we will just close down the meeting. I'm sure that you're all adults and you can respect the fact that I'm asking for no clapping. They are great speakers. Every one of them will come forward and make their points. You're right. And why do you suppose that is, sir? And it's still, I am still the chair of this meeting. Are there any questions for Mr. Paton?
My apologies, folks. Happy to take questions.
Thank you.
Obviously, I can't give legal advice because I'm not your counsel. I'm counsel for environmental defense, but I'm happy to answer technical questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rock has a question for you. Councillor Rock?
Sorry, yeah, it was not coming off mute. Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. Thank you for the presentation and thank you for being here. I appreciate the honesty in the fact that you had said that in many instances, environmental defense have been arguing on behalf of MZOs. I just had a couple of questions. You seemed very definitive on why you believe that this one is not appropriate for development. Have you had any conversations or meetings with Avenue Properties?
No, but we have seen the staff reports that are before you and are really the only information that are properly before this council. It wouldn't be appropriate for this council to have account of anything that Avenue told them in private either. So we're speaking to the record, which is the only information that you're allowed to have any account of as council.
Does that include the I believe, nearly 500 pages that Avenue Properties has put forward? Has Environmental Defense, before speaking, reviewed those 500 pages as well beyond the staff report?
Yeah, we have, and I mean, I certainly don't have the documents in front of me, so I won't be able to refer on a line-by-line basis to them, but we have done so sufficiently. And frankly, you know, it's not rocket science why this is a bad site for development. It's not in the existing built-up area of Scugog. It's on a narrow finger of land that would have only one or two accesses, and which really means that each and every one of those 600 people who you put on this site would have to be driving to every doctor's appointment, driving to every grocery store, driving for every errand that they run. And you have hundreds and hundreds of lots inside of Scugog right now where you could be putting housing, and it would actually be supporting the development of shops and restaurants and all the amenities within walking distance. You've got parking lots right down in downtown Scugog that would be ideal for more housing. And this is a location where it's right in the middle of a wetland. It's right next to a river. It's land that isn't developed currently. And it's the kind of site that shouldn't be converted to non-agricultural, non-natural uses. Now, I understand that you have an existing legacy, some form of permission for what you might call a very small number of units, a much lesser area of permeable surfaces. And I mentioned, you know, if there was an MZO that you were to ask for, The MZO you should be asking for is to remove the permissions that you have there already. And we'd be happy to speak in favor of that MZO right now. And we've gotten that in the past. So for example, in Durham, we were successful in getting the government to issue an MZO to remove permission to convert a wetland to a large warehouse facility. So we'd happy to work with you in getting an MZO to remove the permissions for low-density estate residential development on this site. And also, we'd be happy to work with you, as we have with the City of Hamilton, with the City of Toronto, rather than waiting for developers to give you proposals that work for them, for you to proactively identify sites in the city, in the town or the township of Scugog and Port Perry in particular, proactively identify sites that you think are appropriate for development, and not just identify them in the official plan, but proactively upzone them so that you can provide all the housing you need in places where most people could walk to your existing grocery stores and where you could actually support increased amenities in your existing communities.
Thank you. Anything further?
Just one point of clarification. I guess I'm slightly confused because it's my understanding that, if I remember correctly and looking at the maps, that the property is 2 kilometers out of town, and there is a waterfront trail. So that seems like a very short bike ride or walk to be 2 kilometers away from downtown.
I'm happy to
prescription of let me finish, please.
Sure.
I guess I'm a bit confused as to why the assertion is that everyone would have to drive. And I know everyone who's speaking keeps throwing around the 600 number, but these are numbers that have been put out there, but we don't have any idea what would be the final approval. And I'm sure, as you're well aware, MZOs aren't always granted as they're asked for. They're often granted with a combination. So I think being 2 kilometers out of town does not prescribe necessarily that everybody would be driving to everything, and 2 kilometers is a reasonable walk or bike ride into town. So again, I appreciate your information and I appreciate what you've been sharing, but I think that let's make sure that we're very clear on what we're talking about.
I'm happy to answer that question. That's what we're here for as a think tank. We do the research on how these kinds of projects pan out, and there just really isn't precedent for a project that is that separate from existing places with walkable retail, from existing settlements, to building at greenfield and actually getting a high pedestrian mode share. They're just, it's sort of the thing that people imagine would happen. You'd show it in a brochure that people will be walking. It just doesn't happen. If you want people to walk places, you've got to put them roughly within 500 meters of the existing amenities. And then what you do is you take your existing sprawl residential, which you have here as well, just as every small town developed after World War II, their own areas of sprawl, and you start converting those lots bit by bit, and you say, we allow some of that to be developed at a higher density, and as you increase that density, then, our friends at First Pro and at the retail developers, they start to see, hey, there's a increased population density here, we can start putting in an extra Shoppers in a spot that didn't have one. And so you gradually make your existing neighborhoods not just denser, but also better places for the existing residents. So rather than plunking all your new people all together in one spot, you're using their new homes to fix your existing neighborhoods, to make them better places for everybody. And there's a lot of precedents for that working, for increasing pedestrian mode share in places where people used to be car dependent, and in places that are already paved. So you're not causing extra salt to get into your waterways. You're not heating up wetlands that are currently pretty healthy. You're focusing on the places that are already built up, so you're not causing extra harm.
Anything further, Councillor Rock?
That's everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from anyone else? Councillor Leroy?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Mr. Pothand, thank you very much for the presentation. It had some interesting ideas. I have a couple questions, if you don't mind. The first is, I'd like to know, has anyone from Environmental Defense or yourself visited this site?
Only in the sense of I've passed it before, not for the purposes of this decision, though. I just happened to notice that I had been there before when I saw it. So I didn't do a specific site visit, a visual site visit, nor would I ordinarily, even when I was in private practice, have done a individual site visit to form an opinion of a site like this. It's not standard issue to do when the questions that we're answering are not really based on visual inspection. Like we know the type, like the site condition in terms of land cover, we know the street patterns, we know the population densities in the area, all that's in the reports. And the purpose of those reports is so that you can make a decision without having to do a fresh site inspection. And where that information is missing, which seems your staff are right in pointing out that staff themselves, there is, it seems in a way that Avenue itself has not looked at it enough, and their consultants have not looked at it enough, and certainly staff haven't not had enough opportunity to look at it enough to answer the questions that you need answered in order to be able to say yes. And so based on that, you have to assume that it's not a good place for development because that's what your report says.
So I would disagree then with common practice. I spent 2 hours last week walking every corner of that property, and I don't believe you understand what it is. It's not like the Amazon warehouse site. A big chunk of this property is high and dry, it's high ground, it's rocky, it's not agricultural, it's hugely disturbed. It's being taken over by many species that are opportunistic, so buckthorn, Scots pine, goldenrod. It's a very interesting environment. It's cut through with walking trails. Very little of it is actually wetland. So this is our problem that we're trying to work with, is I'm very concerned with some of the items that you raised. For example, there is such a thing as environmental equity. And I'd be very curious to understand the position of Environmental Defense, which is an organization I support financially. What is better if we're confronted with 20 executive homes versus some other form of development? If that is our option, and that area is going to be destroyed one way or the other, how should we look at this? This is what worries me, and I'm not agreeing with the numbers proposed in terms of density, but I'm asking a philosophical question as to how do we approach that? And it had never occurred to me that we could ask for rezoning of the current 20-year-old proposal.
Yep, you can.
So that struck me as very interesting. But I would like a bit more understanding of the perspective from an organization like Environmental Defense in this type of conundrum.
Yeah, so there are a dozen places, hundreds of places, where the answer to a question where there's an existing estate residential approval, and is it better to keep the estate residential approval or to approve it at high density? And we would say 100% in those settings, it makes sense to approve it at high density. That's what I told the mayor of Caledon. Our main objection to Mayor of Caledon proactively zoning large areas of land in Caledon was not that it was too dense, it was that it was not dense enough. But those are sites that have different landforms, and I understand that there is upland here. The problem is when you pave the upland, you alter the water flow patterns, and it affects then, the salinity of the water, of the wetland that is there, which is often adjacent to the site. So I understand the place where they want to build is not the wetland itself. But if you pave that, if you build parking lots there, and even now, even if it's highly impacted, the effect on water temperature, the effect on salinity is going to be very different. And you would need them. They'd have to have some kind of unicorn proposal that's cutting art that you can't assume that they're going to be able to pull out of their hat. Like, the safe assumption is they're not going to be able to manage to do it to an adequate level on that kind of site. And there are hundreds and hundreds of sites in the GTA where we'd say the opposite. We'd say, this is already zoned for state residential, but frankly, if you're going to develop it at all, you should build it at high density. This is just not one of those, unfortunately. It's just not. We know enough about it to know it's a wrong site for that. And we really would encourage you to go about removing the existing provisions that are there. And we'd be happy to work with you on that.
Thank you. Is there any other questions from anyone? I just have a couple of comments as well. You said there's many sites in Scugog. Could you please cite a couple of them?
Well, I would be happy to sit down with you. You can look at me on the record. I mean, as a in private practice, I've been here talking about particular sites in Scugog, but I don't have permission from those people. But I'll say, in downtown Port Perry, for example, outside of the immediate downtown core of Port Perry, you have a lot of kind of second, post-World War II kind of bungalow-type lots, where you already have a lot of area dedicated to paved surface, and where, you know, you could be just doing modest fourplexes, multiplexes, mid-rise development on some of your arterial roads. Like I've seen along here, you have arterial roads where you have bungalows along the arterial road. Those are all ideal places for conversion to mid-rise, and we have draft bylaws that we have had adopted in other jurisdictions that we'd be happy to show you. But there's a general rule, what's called a residential major street or a neighborhood major street. That type of location, which generally, you can apply in a uniform, proactive way as a municipality and say, we are going to proactively provide zoning for up to 6 stories in that type of location, rather than playing favorites and saying, this particular developer, we're going to give you what we want. You decide proactively, that's where we're going to put our housing on those kinds of streets.
So we have to hope that the current residents are willing to support those plans and
Right.
so on and so forth. Further to that, you mentioned, developing on parking lots. One of our common complaints within our community is that we don't have enough parking. So I'm not sure that is a solution either.
In general,
However,
to answer that question, so generally, when one redevelops a parking lot in a place you don't already have, a high level of modal share, you'd replace the existing surface parking with underground parking. So you'd get the housing, you'd get the extra units, and you'd also provide underground parking to take the place of the existing surface parking.
I recall quite a few years ago, there was talk about trying to put underground parking over by Palmer Park, and there was some issues about how far down you could go before you hit a water level, so I query that.
Yeah, so
Anyway,
we'd have to work with you
also,
on
just one further question. You're aware that that site is within the urban settlement boundary area?
Yeah, we are.
And that we are also in a green belt, so we are very limited on where we can grow. And I would be happy to hear your suggestions on that.
Happy to come to council on
I
a different
do-
day as a
I do
freestanding item.
think it would be an interesting conversation, for sure.
Happy to do it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving forward, I'd like to call on Peter Swinton. Peter, come on forward.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, members of committee, my name is Peter Swinton. I'm an urban planner and a lakefront homeowner for the past 9 years. And
What's your address?
34 Colwell Circle in Nestleton. What's before council today is one question. Should the township support the draft zoning order? It's the only thing that matters. Zoning defines the rights and obligations tied to a property. The rest you've seen from Avenue is just marketing. Your official plan permissions would only allow for 1/3 to less than 1/2 of the requested 600 units. Durham Radio News quoted David Metters saying, "We're not disturbing the wetlands. We are approximately 42 hectares of land on the site. We're going to build on 12 hectares of the 42. The wetlands are preserved. It's part of our intention to open up our lands to the public. But the MZO bylaw they're asking you to support says differently. The zoning bylaw shows up to 5 stories right to the lake shoreline, over the wetlands, and halfway across the marsh. No EP boundary zone. The minister took 2 days to approve a massive warehouse in Pickering on a site that was 75% provincial wetlands. When environmental groups challenged the minister's decision, the province passed a bill that retroactively allowed the minister to ignore the PPS policies. The right to redevelop wetland, tying both legs and one arm behind the Conservation Authority's back, And in Pickering, when the Conservation Authority side tried to say no, the province issued an OREG ordering the TRCA to issue a permit allowing the development. But that's not Avenue's problem. Oh, sorry, I've skipped a whole section here. Sorry, what Mr. Medhurst is saying is correct, why didn't they keep the EP zone where it is and only change the 12-hectare R3 zone to allow for more development? Why didn't they secure the 30-meter strip of land along the shoreline that was to be dedicated to the township as part of the 20-lot approval? Other missing obligations. Section 37 secures community benefits, such as the waterfront trail in your OP, parkland that's either in the bylaw or the value of it in cash in lieu, 25% affordable housing from the region, and even the shuttle bus offered by Avenue could all be secured. Holding provisions restrict the rights until certain conditions have been fulfilled, like for the looped water supply system and for the private communal system. That can be secured through holding provisions, all tied to zoning. We hear about all of the wonderful things Avenue and their team are proposing. Ask them one question. Where are they locked down in the draft zoning order? And if it's not there, you have no control over whether it's real or not. I've spent most of my career as an urban planner, both for municipalities and the private sector, and I can say that I've never seen a bylaw that rolls over and gives it away like this one. Avenue says, don't worry, you can still regulate through site plan control, draft plan of approval, and condominium. But remember, the zoning secures the rights and obligations. These other applications only control how the rights are implemented. As I said, in Pickering, when the Conservation Authority tried to control a permit, the province issued no reg forcing them to approve the development. Avenue is, according to their own information, a private equity real asset management company with 10 people or less. They're not a builder. They make money by increasing the value of property. The zoning bylaw is their end game. And a zoning bylaw like this is like hitting the big lottery jackpot. So why an MZO? Avenue has said it's about saving time, but I think it's mostly about doing an end run around the normal planning process to get a rezoning that would never be granted under normal rules. But a short time is important to them. They gave you 3-page draft zoning order buried in 467 pages of marketing 5 business days before the June 24th council, where they asked you to support it. Thank you for referring it back to staff, giving us time. Your staff report says, after approval of the MZO, the township will have no control over the site's land use or ensuring community benefits. A local zoning bylaw amendment process would be a more appropriate process to respond to matters raised. A well-coordinated application would likely be as efficient as the current MZO process, and staff cannot support the proposal as submitted at this time. If you support recommendations 2 and 3, you're doing all the work of a normal process. You don't get paid your rezoning. Almost done.
Thank you very much, Mr. Swinton.
Give up section 30.
Are there any questions for Mr. Swinton? Councillor Leroy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Mr. Swinton. Section 37 is something I've been concerned about with regard to the MZO, and this may also be a question for Director Heritage. Can you clarify in your experience and understanding of the various changes that have occurred with regard to Section 37 rules, how that might apply in an MZO situation that we're considering? I know that Section 37 is typically what would be used to secure responsibility for the condominium element that would be the septic system sewage treatment to have it registered on title. And I'm not sure I understand where Section 37 benefits stand with regard to an MZO.
So in a normal planning process, the application is in, zoning is usually in with other applications. Well, if a draft plan is needed, a subdivision, it would be in with it, especially in a situation like this where your density is defined as net density, and it doesn't include roads, it doesn't include parks. So you don't know what the land area is that you're calculating density on unless you also have a subdivision application. So that's a slight aside, but normally the applications are reviewed together and you have a much better sense of what's going on. Section 37 benefits are usually negotiated through that process and written up in the planning report and secured through, so the zoning bylaw might even reference the Section 37 benefits. The zoning bylaw will require, or the planning report will require a Section 37 agreement, which is an agreement between the municipality and the developer, landowner, registered on title to the land. So all of the things that are meant to be secured would be registered on title of the land before the final bills that allow the zoning to be put in place, to be applied. So they don't get the rights to the density until you have secured on title the rights to what the community benefits that they're prepared to pay for. So the two things happen together. And with the minister's order, you would be asking the minister, first of all, you would be supporting the bylaw as it's written today, because that's what they're asking you to do. Or if it goes back, however it gets amended. But as I was trying to say when I'm concluding, I don't understand why you would do that, because you're doing the whole process and then turning it over to the minister to do whatever he wants with it. So you would be asking the minister to support this, and the minister would then apply the bylaw. It would become law when the minister's done. The opportunity to do Section 37 will not occur through the rezoning process. The rezoning process will have finished. So you can't do it at the same time that you're negotiating the density, scope, and scale of the development. The second thing is, with the changes to the Act, you can now do, and I think it's only been a couple of years it's been in practice, you can now do Section 37 benefits through other processes like draft plan of subdivision, plan of condominium. But you would be doing it because they were originally based on increased height and increased density. So you would be doing it now simply on a subdivision approval where the density rights are already in place. That hasn't really been tested. How much can you ask for? You can even do it on a minor variance now. But how much can you ask for if they had a minor variance for 1 story in height or something like that? It hasn't been tested, but it's certainly, you could not go back and look at the increase in density and use that as a reason for the Section 37 benefits, because that would be their rights which would have been put in place by the minister.
Thank you very much. Director Heritage, I don't know if you have any comments upon that.
Go ahead, Director. You'll have to pull that right towards your face. Better.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm referring to page 16 to 47 of the staff report. The middle paragraph in that page speaks to community benefits, and the delegate is correct, stating that MZOs, if the township were to have a community charges bylaw, it would still not apply to an MZO approval, but could be applied if a subsequent plan of subdivision was submitted by the developer. So that's correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director. Are there any other questions from Councillor McDougall?
Thank you. I'm going to try this mic again. Hopefully you can all hear me. My question, Mr. Swinton, tonight is you're a planner, but not our planner. I reviewed the documents as well and found that the 30-meter environmental, sorry, thank you. The 30-meter environmental strip was not included in their proposal that was to be dedicated to the municipality. I understand from our schedules and our official plan that there's supposed to be a trail that continues along the waterfront and ends at a park around the corner from this development. As such, those items are in our official plan. Is that how you read that? Do you see this conforming with our official plan without those items?
So, yes, well, first of all, if you look at the draft plan approval from 2004, and I believe it was still in place right through to 2018, they proposed to dedicate a 30-meter strip along the waterfront. Now, this wasn't the entire environmental protection zone. This was just the 30 meters along. The environmental protection zone did go into the rear of some of the lots in the subdivision. They proposed to dedicate that to the municipality. It's shown on the draft plan as being dedicated to the municipality. And you have an official plan policy that encourages you to ask for these kinds of things. It's not parkland, it's hazard lands according to your official plan, but you're encouraged to try and acquire them. And they agreed to do it. So again, the normal process would be through a rezoning application, you would use section 37, and because the official plan says you can ask for it, you would secure through section 37 agreement the same right you had before. So effectively, if you don't do that now, you're giving up that right with this approval. So if I was your planner, I would recommend you to secure that same 30 meters you had before. Your official plan shows a waterfront trail. It runs along the lake, it goes up the marsh, around the marsh by Simcoe Road, and then connects to the trail in, I believe it's a trail in Canterbury. You have the right to ask for that as a community benefit because it's a local thing. I would be asking that it provided, they construct it as part of the section 37 benefit. You're giving that up. They're saying they're going to do it, but they haven't committed to it through this process. They haven't written anything into their bylaw saying, we will commit to a section 37 agreement to construct these lands. They're not even committing to preserving the environmental protection zone. They're showing no zone on their map and saying, Minister, please approve, please confirm no environmental protection zone. So you can hear all of the promises. I'm just saying, read that 3-page bylaw in detail, because that's what you have to decide whether you want to support. Put your name behind as a township and ask the minister to approve it, and then leave it in the minister's hands to do whatever the minister wants with it, because you're out of the picture now.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further, Councillor?
No, that's all, thank you.
Any further comments or questions from any of other committee members? Nope, seeing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Swinton. Okay, moving on to 10.6. It's a delegation from Janice Hamilton. 10.5, delegation from Michael Cole. Welcome, Michael. Thank you.
Welcome, Mayor and Council. Let's go back to 2021. When asked about the MZO application for long-term care homes in Port Perry, Mayor at the time, Bobby Drew, was quoted on April 29, 2021, MZOs are given a bad name because a number of them are infringing on hazard lands and provincially sensitive wetlands. Mayor Drew predicted that very situation we face tonight. She went on to say, I attribute my success to the many partnerships and relationships we have cultivated in recent years, giving special mention to the close, respectful relationship developed between the township and the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nations. She concluded her statement that speaks to the heart of the community. The wonderful thing about this small community is that the leaders get involved for the right reasons, because they are committed to enhancing life for everyone in the township of Scugog. It's worth noting the opposition to this current MZO application has resulted in over 5,600 written and electronic signatures on our petition. The MZO process. In December 2023, following a presentation to Council, they unanimously voted for Avenue to consult with the Minister and the community and report back. This was not an approval. The Minister should have informed Avenue that provincial policy states that the property contains significant provincial wetlands in a zone where site alteration is prohibited. They should have told Avenue population growth objectives for 2026 had already been met and new sewer capacity has already been allocated. Avenue should get in line like the other developers going through the municipal process. They should have said this site lacks sewers, gas, hydro, and potable water, and thus doesn't meet the basic infrastructure requirements under the provincial policy framework. There are over 1,000 homes already in the Port Perry, there's over 1,000 homes already in the Port Perry development pipeline, meaning this proposal does not require an MZO. The Ontario government, they should have also said, the Ontario government has spent $6.9 million on wetland restoration in 2023, including millions in the Port Perry Bay. Allowing development on wetlands would undermine that investment and stewardship shown in other parts of Durham Region. The adjacent land closest to Simcoe is not subject to MZO. So why has there been no public consultation process on that side? A big white planning board is usually required. Why not here? MZOs are meant to speed up on one side, but the other side seems to be moving at a different pace. If the minister hasn't addressed these issues, why should you trust that minister to make the right decision for this community through an MZO? Affordability, rental housing, and community benefits. Peter spoke to much of this already, but the community benefits should be negotiated through Section 37 of the standard planning process. Environmental concerns require consultation with the Kawartha Conservation Authority and the Lake Stewarts. In Vaughan, a large housing MZO promised affordable housing, but when it wasn't delivered, the minister claimed that affordability is outside the scope of the ministry, he said. He continued, the traditional authority of a minister's zoning order does not address inclusionary zoning or affordable housing. Some may believe the provincial policy statement will protect us during the MZO process, but that's not the case either. Bill 257 recently amended the Planning Act to explicitly say that MZOs do not have to, nor have they ever had to, be consistent with the Ontario provincial policy statement. Environmental impacts. Wetlands are critical habitats. They filter water for Lake Scugog, prevent our basements from flooding, and protect us during intense storms. They are part of our past, our present, and we simply need to integrate them as is into our future. This is one of 10 significant wetlands on Lake Scugog. If we set precedent here, we push the urban boundary north, closer to the watershed, with increased density and less setbacks. Destroying wetlands creates gaps that allow predators to move in and forces species to migrate. Birds often collide with new structures of high-density areas. Beaver Creek and Cockers Creek on the south side have a 150-year history. Beavers slow the water and provide refuge for wildlife. Without them, water would rush directly into Lake Scugog. Lisa Burnside wisely said, homes are indeed important, but let's not solve one crisis by creating another. Strained services. As we build more homes, our existing services are stretched thinner, but Port Perry is unique in these challenges. A coworker of mine, who's an occasional nurse at Port Perry Hospital, mentioned the wait times can reach as much as 6 hours after registration. Just
10
last week,
seconds.
wait times were at 5 hours. We need a better plan. Our part-time fire department's another concern. Volunteer response times are 4 to 6 minutes slower than full-time.
Thank you very
departments.
much. Are there any questions for Mr. Cole? Thank you very much. Moving on to 10.6, Janice Hamilton Dicker.
Hi. Is this okay now? Honorable Mayor and members of Council, I and many members of our community request that you do not endorse the Minister's zoning order for Avenue Properties. There is a great concern that the addition of well over 2,000 people will put too much pressure. Thank you. I don't know how to do it. Oh, thank you. On our existing infrastructure, our emergency services, fire department, medical system, and schools. There's a great concern that this development will cause many problems to our already struggling Lake Scugog and the surrounding wetlands. This wonderful ecosystem provides a habitat for many birds, wildlife, turtles, frogs, and an array of plants. This wetland and the proximity of Lake Scugog is extremely necessary to the migrating birds in this area. As summer soon comes to an end, birds like the goldfinch are eating the thistle seeds to gain the energy that they need for the migratory flight down south. In fact, it is said that 2.6 billion birds die each year during migration. All 8 of Ontario's turtle species has been designated as species at risk under the Endangered Species Act. But as we sit here explaining so many reasons why this development is wrong and should not be built, countless species that are living on this property right now are oblivious to the fact that their lives will be over if construction begins. Spring peepers that live on the property and have now settled in for their winter hibernation. Frogs, toads, and snakes that live there are enjoying their last days of the warm summer sun. Painted turtles and snapping turtles that live here are catching the last warm days. In 2017, Lalou Avenue had a silt fence built around some of the property. Afterwards, dead snapping turtle shells were found by the fence. The turtles were unable to escape around the fence. If this land is bulldozed over, countless turtles and other species will be killed, and there will be no more spring peepers serenading us with their calls or bullfrogs croaking during the night. This property has many milkweed plants that are an important food source for monarch butterflies getting ready for their trip down south, and the goldenrod's nectar-rich flowers and asters are a haven for pollinators. Northern red-bellied dacefish have been found in the drain area on the property. This means the entire drain is a fish habitat and should be protected. There's protected butternut trees in the area, and any construction near them would harm them. This property is an important corridor for many species such as deer, fox, coyotes, skunks, opossums, beavers, and muskrats. A pine marten has been seen here, and a fisher are in the area. Numerous hawks and osprey fly over the property in search of food. Morel mushrooms and lady slipper plants have been seen on site. This sensitive and important wetland is the wrong place to build homes. Our elected officials have an obligation to represent those that voted them in. As you can see by the number of residents here today, I and everyone here is asking Council to please protect the Port Perry North Wetland, the Lake Scugog shoreline, and the Beaver Meadow Creek. Please let us preserve this land for future generations in its natural state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Janice, are there any questions to? Seeing none, thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to call forward Ken Wilson. Welcome.
Madam Mayor, Council, my name is Ken Wilson. I was born in Port Perry, grew up in Scugog Island, and have been a resident at 41 Cocker School Road for the last 35 years. I've reviewed the Avenue proposal with regards to the township plan and the region plan and have some observations. Firstly is house density. Avenue has indicated the development is low density with 24 units per hectare. It appears that calculation was based on, not based on net area. Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
The calculation based on net area, as for the township plan and the regional plan, would be 582 units divided by 12 hectares, resulting in a unit density of 48 per hectare. Thus, the development would be classified as a high-density development rather than low-density, which is indicated by Avenue. Access. The proposed development indicates the main access and egress is on and has direct access to Castle Harbour Drive. As per the township plan, Castle Harbour Drive is a local road. In 3.1 general development criteria states in considering the development of a new medium or high density, which it now appears to be, residential development, the township shall be satisfied the proposal is located on and has direct access to a collector or arterial road as per Schedule C1. Since Castle Harbour Drive is classified as a local road, it appears that access and egress on Castle Harbour Drive is non-compliant to governance for a high-density development. Avenue has proposed an alternate access from Simcoe Street North. As per the regional plan, Simcoe Street North is classified as a Type A arterial road. As per the regional plan, Schedule E, Table E7, arterial road criteria, the minimum intersection spacing on a north-south direction Type A arterial road is 700 meters. However, the distance from Castle Harbor Drive south to Country Estates Drive is approximately 1,000 meters, which does not provide adequate space to accommodate the installation of a new intersection. It appears that the proposal to create an alternate access from Simcoe Street is non-compliant to governance. Commercial use. The proposal indicates there would be 1,200 square meters of commercial space. However, the maximum allowable per the plan is 1,000 meters. It appears the proposed commercial space is not non-compliant to governance. Does the MZO waive this requirement? On page 20 of the proposal, there's a drawing identified as block plan A.1. Proposed development indicates there will be a maximum of 660 parking spaces. That would seem to be inadequate for the required parking for 520 apartments, commercial businesses, a clubhouse, and visitors. The block plan also indicates there will be an underground parking facility adjacent to the planned clubhouse. How many levels below grade are planned for this parking facility? How many spaces will be provided? Is it the intent of the underground parking facility to provide parking for the clubhouse as well as the 2 residential buildings in Block 50 with 240 residential units? The larger part building in Block 50 is shown as a 5-story building, but as per the proposal, it appears to be a 6-story building. The maximum stories for the township plan is 5. Does the MCO waive the height requirement for apartment buildings? The sewage plant, the plan doesn't appear to show the sewage plant or the required space. And on the plan, it shows, the block plan indicates the right-of-way for the local roads within the development is 18 meters. However, the township plan requires a minimum right-of-way for a local road of 20 meters. An 18-meter right-of-way appears to be non-compliant to governance. Does the MCO waive this requirement? And then 1.4 general policies, bullet 11. The township contains many significant environmental features. Approximately 20% of its land area is within the Oak Ridges Moraine, and the remaining 80 is in the Greenbelt. The significant natural heritage features, valley systems, significant forest areas, and wetlands provide habitat for a wide range of fish, wildlife, and vegetation. There is sufficient land available for development in the township without the need to disturb these sensitive areas. As a result of these observations, I strongly urge Council to reject this MZO. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson.
Any questions?
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're moving on to 10.8, which is a delegation from Quaid and Keaton Walker. You may have to lower the microphone voice. That's good. Try it now. Try it.
Hello, my name is Keaton Walker, and my name is Quaid Walker. We live on 15 Castle Harbor Drive. We are here to support Save the Wetlands. If this development happens, we are concerned we will drive animals out of their habitat. We are also worried about the impact to Lake Scugog and the Trent water system. When I'm older and have kids of my own, I would like them to have the same great experiences around the lake and wetlands that I've had. At school, our classes already have over 30 people, and we had to cut the library in half this year just to fit another class in. Where would all the new kids go to school?
We've been living here for over 3 years, and we're still on the waiting list for a doctor. When we are sick, we can't get into the local clinic, and we have to leave Port Perry to seek help. Where would all these new people get medical care?
We have a beautiful town, and we need to be careful not to ruin it. You shouldn't put growth ahead of the environment.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, boys. Are there any questions for the boys? Gentlemen, come on back. There's a question. Councillor Leroy,
Thank you. Thank you.
pull it closer.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor, I just want to congratulate Quaid and Keaton for a good job, well done. It's nerve-wracking to speak in front of a big crowd like this, and you guys really kept your cool, so congratulations on that. Just wanted to give you a bit of a shout out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leroy. Moving on, we'll move on to a delegation from Nancy Page.
I would just like to say that's a very hard act to follow. My timing is brutal. Can I go?
There are truth in those words, but yes, you may.
Okay, I have my timer here. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Nancy Page. I'm at 15 Cockers Cove Road. I am speaking as a constituent and a layperson. I am opposed to Avenue's MZO request and ask that you vote against it for the following reasons. Number one, Avenue's situation does not meet MZO criteria. Number two, Avenue's order of events seems out of order. And number three, everyone, including Avenue, benefits from following normal procedures. So reason number one, MZO criteria. The primary criteria for MZOs is extraordinary urgency. That is the language. MZOs were created as a social safety net and allow a community that finds itself in dire circumstances to ask to be an exception to the rules. In other words, builders request MZOs when they are not legally allowed to do what they want to do. A real-life example of extraordinary urgency was when the only grocery store in a small town in Northern Ontario collapsed. In that case, the reason for requesting an MZO, needing food for an entire community, met the criteria of extraordinary urgency. The MZO was granted, builders were allowed to do what they were not legally allowed to do without it, and the community regained access to food. That is the kind of situation that MZOs were designed for. Avenue's stated reasons for an MZO are to unlock financing and to save money on engineering studies. That is not what MZOs were designed for and does not in any way, shape, or form meet the definition or rise to the standard of extraordinary urgency. This alone is reason enough to say no to their request, but I have more. Reason number two, things seem out of order. Some examples. Avenue first requested an MZO before our planning department even had a chance to review. Avenue seems to indicate that this MZO's sole focus is 600 units and nothing else will be impacted, but this is not true. The request addresses the 600 units and the kinds of units and the other kinds of businesses that can be put there. And importantly, and obviously, the number of units will have a ripple effect and dictate every other aspect of the development, as will the other kinds of units and the other kinds of businesses, so this thinking seems out of order. Avenue has stated they want to begin with waste treatment studies. A more logical order is to begin with land carrying studies. There is no point studying waste treatment for 600 units if the land cannot carry 600 units. And Canada's new National Beneficiary Ownership Registry, so who owns companies and who benefits financially, will be available to the public in 2025. It is another social safety net. It was created to increase companies' transparency and accountability. Rushing things through before this safety net is available also has the optics of being out of order. And reason number three, everyone, including Avenue, benefits from following normal procedures. Council retains control and protects the community. The Williams Treaty is honored. The voices of your constituents are honored. The MZO standard of extraordinary urgency is honored. Studies and consultations can be completed in a logical order, and transparency and accountability are increased, normal procedures are a win-win-win. So for these reasons, this does not meet MZO criteria, the order of events seems out of order, and everyone benefits from normal procedures. I'm opposed to Avenue's MZO request. You do not owe them anything just because they asked. I ask that you vote against it. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to call, oh, sorry, are there any questions from council? Seeing none, thank you very much, Nancy, and I'll call Brian Hazelton to forward.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Brian Hazelton. I live at 46 Waterbury Crescent. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at an issue that has profound impact on our community's future. In my recent editorial published in The Standard on September 12, 2024, I expressed concern about the rapid growth we're experiencing, especially with developments such as the proposed Avenue 600. I may add that Kings Bay is going to be part of that too. While I recognize the need for more housing and economic opportunities, these projects come with some significant environmental and social risks that we must address. One of the most pressing concerns is the expected increase in traffic, potentially 1 to 2 vehicles per household. This means more congestion on our roads, more air pollution, and a surge in tire wear particles in our environment. These particles are a silent but potent source of pollution, contaminating our air, water, soil, and ultimately impacting both public health and our local ecosystem. Additionally, there will be marked increase in construction traffic through the development process. The influx of heavy machinery, trucks, and equipment will not only put additional strain on our already burdened roadways, but will also contribute to the noise pollution and further environmental degradation. The combination of increased construction and residential traffic will magnify the long-term impacts of both our infrastructure and quality of life. We don't have to look too far to see the consequences of unchecked development. A recent project by Lake Scugog serves as a cautionary tale. Poor planning and insufficient environmental protections have resulted in increased runoff, water pollution, and significant damage to the lake shoreline, one of Scugog's most valuable resources. This is not just an unfortunate oversight, it was a failure to safeguard the environment for the future. As we approach the proposal Avenue 600 units and other developments, we must ensure that the same mistakes are not made again. We must prioritize environmental sustainability and thoughtful planning. This is why I strongly oppose the use of the minister's zoning order to fast-track this project. The MZO would bypass vital public consultations and environmental assessments that are essential for protecting our community's future. These are not bureaucratic hurdles. They are safeguards designed to ensure the development happens responsibly and sustainably. The implementation of the MZO, we risk undermining the very values of our community holds dear. As stated in the Scugog vision statement, Scugog will be a creative and complete community that respects our history and enhances our natural environment. This vision is not merely aspirational. It is a blueprint of how we can grow responsibly, balancing economic progress with environmental preservation. We have an opportunity here to make thoughtful, forward-looking decisions. Growth is necessary, but it must not come at the cost of environment and our community identity. We work so hard to build this. We can have both a thriving community and a healthy environment if we commit to following responsible, sustainable development practices. I urge the Council to reject the use of the MZO and instead on proper environmental reviews and public consultations for these projects. let us not allow short-term gains to compromise long-term sustainability of Scugog. By aligning with the Scugog's vision, you have the chance to set an example of leadership that protects both our natural resources and the character of our community. Thank you for your time, and I trust that we will make the decisions that reflect the long-term interests of Scugog, economically, socially, and environmentally.
Thank you very much. Brian, are there any questions for Mr. Hazelton? Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to 10.11, and that's a delegation from Michael Perry. Please. Oh, there you are. I knew I saw you sit down somewhere.
Good evening, your mayor, council members, guests, and fellow residents of Scugog's Port Perry. I'm not Deborah Perry. My wife was supposed to be here to actually give this letter, but unfortunately she was called away to a medical emergency in Lethbridge, Alberta, to deal with our daughter. So I'm going to read literally what she's written here and change where necessary because my name isn't Deborah Perry. But I'll read to you what she has written, all for your benefit. My name is Deborah Perry, and I'm a resident of Port Perry. In fact, we live at 437 Lakeshore Drive. We're on the water, and we've been residents of Port Perry for 13 years. Deborah has been a registered nurse for over 42 years, and prior to that, worked summers for a major North American construction company in multiple areas of that business. Her father was the vice president, by the way. I would like to start by saying that I'm not against development in our town, but I do believe in responsible development. Ignoring the responsibility to protect our wetlands by not completing, acknowledging, and abiding by all recommendations suggested by extensive and thorough environmental studies will not ensure the survival of our wetlands, lake, and community. This is not responsible development. Stressing an already fragile infrastructure in our town is not responsible development. Building 600 to 800 housing units and a waste treatment plant for an estimated 1,200 residents and not preparing for a probable increase in density in those units and how it would stress the Avenue Development's proposed infrastructure is not responsible development. Not knowing where the waste from the treatment plant would go in an emergency is not responsible development. Not knowing who the backers are for this development and their financial situation leave our community in the red. This is not responsible development. If we allow an MZO to be issued for this development, we're setting a precedent for all future developers coming into our community. This would not lead to responsible development. Issuing an MZO for the Avenue development would negatively affect all our current development already underway in our community. Again, this is not responsible development. Some of the land in the Avenue development has been designated in the Ontario Green Belt. No discussion has been held on this issue. Again, not responsible government. All of these points lead us in the direction of keeping control of this development in our community. It is our community that will be affected by accelerated decision-making made by the province. It is our community, our lake, our wetlands that will bear the brunt of an MZO, not Avenue development or the province. In short, we believe that an MZO as issued for the development that has that any hopes of it being responsible development will in fact be dashed. And I think quite frankly, to save a lot of money and a lot of time, and I'm not going to embarrass anybody who's in front of me, but I would ask if anybody in this room is in favor of issuing this MZO, that they please stand up and let us know. And I don't think
That's not acceptable.
Not acceptable? Understood. But I don't think there was anybody behind me who was standing up.
Not yet.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions to Mr. Perry? I just have one question, and that is with response to, I guess probably better not directed to you, Mr. Perry, but perhaps to our director. Do we normally ask who the development backers are? Do we normally ask who the development's backers are?
Back to you, Madam Mayor. No, we generally don't ask.
Okay, I was just curious about that one comment that you made, Mr. Perry. Thank you for
The
that.
applicant is, sorry.
Sorry?
The applicant is required to identify the owner of the property, the applicant, and the agent on an application form.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes.
You need to repeat that.
Sorry.
I'm just reminded of the ghost of Bayview. That's why I asked the question.
Okay. Anyway, we can talk later, Director. I didn't catch your answer, but thank you. All right, moving on to 10.13. 10.12 has withdrawn, so we'll just move on to 10.13, which is Joy McDonald. Joy, are you still in the room? Okay, no problem. Welcome.
It's hard to see me when I'm so short. Madam Mayor and councillors, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Joy McDonald and I live at 239 Waterbury Crescent. I speak as a concerned Port Perry citizen. You will hear and have heard already tonight many facts and expert opinions as to why the request to support the MCO for Avenue Properties must be denied. I'm speaking on behalf of the people who simply do not want to see the destruction this development will cause. 12 years ago, my husband and I looked at several areas in the GTA to spend our retirement years. We chose Port Perry. We love the small town atmosphere, we love the lake, and we love how the environment appeared to be foremost in the minds of the citizens and the council. It has been an incredible 12 years. We've enjoyed watching the birds and the wildlife that call the wetlands in Cockers Creek home, a natural habitat for wildlife. We've watched the coyotes frolic on the ice, the swans swim out of the nesting area in Cockers Creek with their cygnets, the foxes and mink run through our yard. We've been entertained by the spawning carp. We've shown our grandchildren the fish swimming around and around to build nests. We've witnessed the osprey hovering and diving for fish, the bald eagle balancing at the very top of trees, and the turtles sunning on a log, probably down by the beavers. All of these wonders will disappear if this proposal for an increase in density is approved. I've been reading comments about how old people don't like change, and this is the reason for their opposition to this project. For the record, I'm years old. My generation has seen and accepted more change than any other. We remember the dial phone and party line in an age without calculators or computers. We have accepted and promoted new technology. We have also witnessed the demise of wildlife habitats and do not want to see more destruction. Avenue was well aware of the planned density in this area. Why did they purchase this property if their plan was to increase the size of their development? This experimental project could be built anywhere, but we must not allow it to be built on the lake. Councillors represent their constituents, the people who trusted and elected them to look after their town and listen to their concerns. I implore you all to listen now. Please do not be persuaded by the dictatorship of Queen's Park. Do not be lured by the promise of more tax dollars. Do not allow this proposal to proceed as requested by Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions to Ms. McDonald? Thank you very much. Moving on, we'll go to 10.14, which is a delegation from Danielle Knight. She's withdrawn? Okay, thank you. Okay, then we'll move on to 10.15, which is a delegation from Jennifer and Sarah Moffat. Welcome.
Hi, welcome to you too. Thank you, Mayor and Town Council, and to everybody that's come out tonight and waited patiently. I have I think, of a different perspective. It was nice to wait a while. I really appreciate all the knowledge that the people before me brought. When I hear people that have dedicated decades of their lives, like our lake stewards, to protecting our waters and lands. I listen, and I want them on my team. When I hear the voices of our First Nation.
Sorry, can I just interrupt? Are you Sarah or Jennifer?
I'm Jennifer.
Thank you.
I live at 755 Scugog Line 6. When I hear the voices of our First Nation advocating and reminding us of treaties and words, ironically words that were used to open the meeting with our land acknowledgements, these are the actions that follow those words. They are voices I'm thankful to have heard first, and when I hear our young generation, young boys speaking, those are voices I also want to listen to. I am third generation Durham region. I grew up here. My parents grew up here. My grandpa, who just celebrated his 97th birthday, spent his whole life in Stouffville watching it go from farmland to be developed. I've moved all over the world, had the opportunity to work all over the world, beyond excited to make the choice to move back to my home of Durham Region 8 years ago and invest my life here. I've opened a small business here that has had great success over the last 6 years. I've had the privilege of being able to build my dream home with my family on beautiful agricultural land here. We have spent the last year working very closely with Kawartha Conservation to plant over 45,000 trees and shrubs on our land. And it can be a little disheartening, I think, as a resident here myself that's trying so hard to invest in this town in a good way, when planting those trees kind of feels demoralizing when projects like this pop up and you see Save the Wetlands. But I'm thankful for the Lake Stewards and all the delegates here who've reminded me that my voice does matter, even though this is new and challenging for me. As a resident here, I have a unique job. I am a tattoo artist. I hear and speak with every single person from every walk of life. Doctors, nurses, ER, paramedics, firefighters, youth, elder, everybody. And I have this unique perspective of growing voices. All of a sudden, every single person coming into my small business, having the same concerns, having the same worries about the issues that have been brought up here tonight. And it can feel like a very uphill battle, I think, when we sign petitions and we try to use our voices, and we come out to meetings, we vote, and we invest in our community, we fundraise, we organize. So I try to calm those thoughts of that uphill battle with the strength of everybody here. But I do also want to be in a town and invest in a town where that feels like it matters and it's a system that's working. And I do believe it can be both. I'm a small business owner. Growth is good, tourism is great, but to some of the comments made tonight were a little shocking to hear. A kilometer, 2 kilometers, that is not walkable. That is not walkability. As somebody that, somebody working the hours, that you have to work, nobody's taking that walk to a grocery store, nobody's taking that walk to a doctor's office. Of all the things brought up tonight, I guess I'm curious about the township's priorities or maybe not priorities, but what are the pros of the speed? When the housing doesn't seem like it's going to be options that are going
10
to
seconds.
keep the people that I know who've moved away. My brother, a carpenter, St. John's, Newfoundland. My sister, a teacher, New
Time is
Zealand.
up. Thank you very much.
These aren't houses for them.
Are there
These
any
aren't for
questions for Jennifer? Councillor Leroy.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor, to Jennifer. I just want to acknowledge for you and for everyone else who's making deputations that individual actions do matter, and we all hear your voices. We've all received many emails, telephone calls. We've all met with a variety of individuals. So don't discourage. Sometimes challenges appear, and we're trying to work through them as well. But thank you for that delegation.
Thanks. I think what can feel discouraging is when there's such a sense of speed and push and pressure. A lot of the questions I've heard asked tonight from council and kind of the back and forth, it really feels like there's more pushing against us than is pushing against the concerns that are being brought up against the development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now call on Delegate from Kaylee Russell. Kaylee?
Hello, I'm Kaylee Russell from 358 Poplar Street in Oshawa.
From where, I'm sorry, 358?
Poplar Street, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna skip over some of this stuff, I think, because it's been said a lot of times by now, but I think more studies should be done to consider the soil stability and carrying capacity for the almost 600 unit site, the wastewater disposal system, the stormwater management infrastructure needed, especially since this would be done on a wetland. Scugog Lake, particularly Cockers Creek, is already vulnerable, which has been proven by studies and sampling done as early as mid-June this year, which demonstrated the important water quality parameters such as total phosphorus, nitrogen, chlorides, and benthic tests all got grades of D or F. These excess minerals are generally from runoff from urban areas, discharges from wastewater treatment plants, and soil erosion, all of which would be increased with the development. As an environmental technology graduate, it's in my opinion that this development would lead to the further decline of those water quality parameters and possibly lead to the eutrophication of the lake, which would basically be turning it into a wetland in a couple years, or well, longer than a couple years, but yeah. The excess phosphorus in the lake has already yielded swimming cautions from the risk of blue-green algae as early as June or July this year, which can cause a variety of health concerns. And I feel like even if you look at the money side of it, the money lost from tourism, the prices of the cottage country areas if the lake dries up, and the repercussions of the mitigating the flood prevention systems, it just doesn't make sense to me to build anything there. And that's all I had to say.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Kaylee? Thank you for coming forward. We'll call on Louis Bertrand. Sorry. Bertrand. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, and members of the committee, and of course, members of the public. My name is Louis Bertrand. I'm a resident of Blackstock, 4340 McKee Road. When I first moved here, I was impressed with the care bestowed upon Lake Scugog and the surrounding natural spaces. I came from Bowmanville. You know, you don't want to see what unfettered development has done to that waterfront. So I'm puzzled that this council would even consider this enormous development proposal. The first thing that struck me when reading through the staff report is that the motion to request the MZO is accompanied by a long list of conditions and studies to be done before the project can proceed. I'm not a municipal planner, and I'm not familiar with what the full municipal planning process is. But it seems to me that this report is trying to define a parallel planning process. Another thing that struck me is that the report recommendation the report has only two options in the recommendations, MZO or bylaw. Whichever is chosen, the hallmark of any environmental assessment process is that it is seen to be fair, transparent, and there'd be a clear possibility that at the end of the process, we could get to a no. Also noticed in the proposed bylaw, attachment 5, that there is a whereas clause that suggests that the area, that the development is within the urban area. Maps can be controversial. Dotted lines can be challenged, just like place names. Witnessed the recent trend to reclaim Indigenous names. Dotted lines on a paper don't tell us anything about the land beneath that line, just as the paper on the map was equally blank. Saying that the development is within the urban area would lead someone to believe that the land in question is just like any other greenfield, although that's a different story entirely. As many others have urged you, I add my voice to support the call to outright reject this hasty proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Thank you. Okay, we'll now call on Allison Elwood to come forward, please.
Good evening, Mayor Wotton, councillors, delegates, neighbors, and friends. My name is Allison Elwood. I live on Cochrane Street, not too far from here. This is amazing. Look at how many people have come out for a council meeting. I'm here today. I was here at the last one, and it was really squishy. I just want to say thank you. Thank you to everybody here for breathing life back into our democratic process. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for listening back in June and for your wise ruling to defer a decision about this MZO until everyone could become more informed about what exactly is at stake. Thank you to everyone who took the time to learn about wetlands, Indigenous rights, like what is an MZO, and took the brave step to make our voices heard. It's clear that we all care deeply about this place. My neighbor asked me today why I wanted to speak today, and it made me think. I'm here because I'm kind of tired of land acknowledgements, t-shirts, and promises of reconciliation without action. The truth is, actual reconciliation is hard. It's uncomfortable, and it's an active process that is messy and requires constant relationship building. Mayor and Council, as Chief LaRocca aptly described earlier, you have a legal and moral obligation to have meaningful consultation with the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation for the Avenue Properties development, as it is their land we stand on and share. This is outlined in the Constitution Act in 1982 and the spirit of the original treaties of this place that we all share. Chief LaRocca and Council have made their position clear. The development proposed by Avenue Road Properties would be detrimental to the health of Lake Scugog, and as such, the MZO should not be approved. If you were to choose to go against this recommendation without following through with a meaningful consultation, you would erode the trust you have worked so hard to achieve. It is evident that you value this relationship through your land acknowledgements, special event partnerships, and shared celebrations. This is our chance, Scugog, to show what real reconciliation looks like. It happens in moments like this. I'm here, like everyone in this room. I want clean air, clean water, a community who cares, and one where reconciliation is more than land acknowledgements and t-shirts. I trust that you will act on our behalf with honesty, integrity, and with the thoughts of our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren in your heart. They are watching. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Allison? Seeing none, thank you. Moving on, we'll call on Pat Sparling.
Good evening. I was hoping you were doing this alphabetically and we would be gone by now. My question, pardon me?
Sorry for your luck. Kind of in order as they came in, I believe.
Thank you. My question is about the sewage capacity. For years, we have heard that Port Perry is restricted in its growth because we simply do not have the sewage capacity. And here comes Avenue. I'm still not quite sure how to say their name, but I'm sure you've got my drift. They say that they will build, well, that they will provide. They don't actually say who will build or who will operate the sewage capacity. Of course, this could only happen after it passed the Ministry of Environment regulations. So while I can't question them tonight, I do put forth to the municipality if they would, at minimum, require 2 Canadian examples of Avenue having done this successfully. And who would undertake the operation of the sewage capacity? I doubt that it would be Avenue. Would it be integrated with the region of Durham? And the last, and maybe the million-dollar question, in case of emergency, where and how would the untreated effluent be released? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Sparling? Seeing none, thank you very much. So, excuse me, I believe there's one delegate that has just arrived, and with 2/3, we can ask her to come forward. So, Sophia, I'm sorry, I don't have your last name. Could I have a motion to accept this delegate as she's not on the agenda? Thank you. Councillor McDougall, Councillor Guido, all in favor? Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello. My name is Sophia Mulder, and I am from 1678 Concession Road 9, Blackstock. And I'm not an urban planner or an environmental lawyer. I'm just an environmental science student that is one of the 9,000 people that call Port Perry their home. Scugog Lake is a man-made lake. And because of that, it is quite shallow and overproductive, which is why we have the pesky Eurasian milfoil stuck in our motorboat motors all the time, which sucks. And the issue is, with development, more sediment will come through, and that is through the process of development, but also the compaction of soil. This makes the lake more shallow, will increase the heat of the lake, will increase the amount of nutrients, and increase the amount of invasive species. I have also heard that there are plans to drain the wetland, which is dangerous because wetlands are natural, I've again heard, buffers for pollutants. They do a massive job in uptaking nutrients, and they're also one of the biggest CO2 sequesters that we know of. Now, the issue is that if there are plans to damage these wetlands, we're going to need to rebuild them because there are natural mitigators, and that is the way that urban planning is moving. And it takes $18,200 per hectare just to restore wetlands. These are valuable to the community's health. As you can see, so many people care about it. And it's also valuable economically because they do sequester a lot of pollutants and CO2, and not to mention, does the town have the capacity to handle that many new people, especially if we do have issues such as flooding, which does come from removing our wetlands? Will we be able to take on the risks that do come with flooding and then roads being damaged and people not having hospitals that they're easily able to access? These are all factors that we have to consider when it comes to inputting homes into a fragile wetland, especially when it comes to an MZO, which allows the power to be taken out of your hands and put into Doug Ford's, which I doubt has Port Perry's best interest like you do. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay, that concludes our delegations from residents. So, and we've been at it for 2+ hours, so we will be taking a break. But before we do, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the delegations? Councillor Wright, Councillor Leroy, all in favor? Thank you. We will take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back at, well, we'll try and be back at 5 to 9. Thank you, everyone. Just for clarity, I understand there might be some confusion about process. Tonight is committee, and whatever decisions are made tonight will flow through to our council meeting to be ratified. So just to be clear, the decision made tonight will not be a final decision until such time as it is ratified at council. And having said that, and we will now move on to the delegation regarding planning and zoning matters and the legal perspectives from, nope, sorry. Where is he? Oh, yes. I was right, sorry, Andrew. So I'll just call on Andrew Biggert to come forward and delegate. Welcome, Andrew. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor and members of council. So for those in the room that do not know me, I am Andrew Biggert and I represent Avenue Properties. I'm their legal counsel with respect to this matter. And I've got two comments that I'd like to start with this evening. I'll be quite brief. First is, my client has heard a lot this evening. I've been taking notes feverishly. We've heard some concerns, obviously, by the citizens. Appreciate the opportunity to hear those. And I will say that some of the concerns raised this evening have, I will say, struck a chord with my client and myself. We've heard concerns with respect to process, and I think some concerns with respect to unknowns about how some processes may work. And it is not my client's intention to have this process proceed any faster than what council is comfortable with. And we've also received staff's report. Staff's report also has raised some concerns that we would like the opportunity to address. And so I have two requests this evening, if I may. The first is we want to continue with our presentation and our deputations because there is information that I think will be helpful for all present to be able to hear. But notwithstanding that, we also at this point in time, I received instructions from my client to request a deferral of a committee decision tonight, pending the opportunity of my client and to have the opportunity to speak to town staff to try to work out a process that would make both my client content, bluntly, as well as the township content. As I said, we've heard concerns this evening. We've seen the concerns in the staff report, and we'd like the opportunity to try to work out a process that could work for all. And because of that, again, I'm asking for a deferral for 1 month's time to have the matter brought back before council. And to repeat, though, if I may, just within my remaining, I still have 3 minutes, and I'm not going to take up the full 5, I promise. It is important, though, still, notwithstanding my request for a deferral of a decision this evening, that my client still have the opportunity to be able to present the majority of the presentation it had planned to present, again, because I think it may assist in answering some of the questions that have been raised tonight. It may assist my client and its experts to be able to further discussions with staff about a process, and so that is why we would like to be able to proceed with our deputations this evening. They they'll still fall within the required timelines. It won't take very long, but nonetheless would request a deferral of a decision.
Thank you very much, Andrew. At the time after, I would also like to hear the delegations. I believe committee should hear the delegations. I would also like to hear from the consultant, the town's consultant, as well as allow committee to ask questions to the report. So if that is okay, then after that time period, then we will see if we can, if there is a flavor to put a motion on the floor for deferral.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate that. So, thank you. Subject to any questions anyone may have of me, those are my deputations for this evening.
Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Leroy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Mr. Biggert, thank you. In the event of a deferral, will your client anticipate further community discussion?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I've not discussed that directly with my client. I invite you to ask my client's representative when he attends in a moment or two. I can tell you that my mind was on trying to address the concerns of staff in what they had raised in their report and trying to work out a process that could work for both the township and my client. So I'll leave it to my client's representative to address that answer, if I may, because I just don't have instructions on that, and I'll leave it there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leroy. I think also perhaps once we get through it all, it may be a clearer path forward on what we would like to, the deferral to look like as well. If there is such a motion to come forward. Oh, Councillor McDougall?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to try this microphone again. A question just for clarity. We had heard previously from Avenue Properties at another council meeting that there's no obligation for the municipality to consult or speak to Mississauga's Islands First Nation or anyone else who's party to the Williams Treaties. Is that still the legal framework that you see, or do you see it more in terms of how the chief presented it, that we do have a legal obligation? Sorry. Do you see it that we do have a legal obligation to consult?
Through you, Madam Mayor and Councillor, I can only provide my legal opinion. This is, again, have to do the lawyer thing, not legal advice to you, because you're not my client, but my legal opinion is, when one reads the Constitution Act, the obligation to engage in consultation rests with the province and it rests with the federal government. A municipality is not, as I'd heard earlier tonight, an arm of the provincial government, not at all. You're a separate legal entity, and therefore and I think the case law supports me, that the obligation to consult rests with the federal government and the province under the Constitution Act.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions for Mr. Biggert? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we are now on to 10.21, and I believe that is a delegation regarding the wastewater treatment system in relation to the Avenue Properties. If I could I just ask you, Mr. Medhurst, is the proponent here, or is it going to be the video that has been submitted, or that's stated as being part?
Your Worship, when the proponent, though the proponent was going to be virtual, but when the meeting was moved to this facility, up until just a few hours ago, we'd been advised there was no possibility of virtual attendance. So consequently, several of the proponents that had prepared videos, they're not here because we were advised they couldn't be. And the proponent from Ontario Tech U, he had a time limit of 8:30, and so he's left. It's unfortunate. What we'd like to do is show 3 videos that were prepared by the 3 proponents. They're very short videos. I think for most people in the room, if you haven't visited the website, you may find these videos very informative, and that's one of the reasons that we would like a deferral to be able to have a discussion with the political and staff level about the issues and perhaps about undertakings. So I'd like to show these 3 videos, and then I'll speak.
Okay, thank you. And we do apologize. It was very last minute for the virtual, so we do apologize that we were unable to give a full, yes, they could attend until very late this afternoon, so. Who is operating this? And then oh, thank you, Chantal. If committee would like to go down to see it better, you're welcome to do that.
We capture all of the wastewater in the basement, we treat all of that wastewater, and we send it back up for a beneficial purpose, either in the form of flush water, cooling tower water, irrigation of the green roof, sidewalk maintenance, and most recently it's gotten approved for laundry as well. You say, why did they do that? All right, because Battery Park City Authority said we're going to do it differently. We're going to require developers that come in here to do it differently. And Albany's organization developed this building, and they also developed the Solaire, which was done in 2003.
Albany's organization is a real estate firm that's been around for about 60 years now. And I guess it was about 15 years ago when we started developing sustainable buildings. What's very important for Albany's organization is that we have a good product. And Albany's organization is a long-term owner. This was a very important partnership for us. They not only implemented the plan for us, but they maintain it, they monitor the water and make sure that it's run very efficiently.
Integrated water resource management includes having an understanding of the entire water cycle and knowing how this building interacts with its surrounding environment and all forms of water. We're now in the basement of the Visionaire, this 450,000 square foot building. In less than 2,000 square feet in this room, we treat all of the wastewater for the building. It all flows above us in this big black pipe and enters into the feed tank. This feed tank is an equalization tank. It holds that raw wastewater until we're ready to process it and as we need it for the reuse purpose. Once it comes into the tank, it'll flow first through this trash basket. The trash basket removes large solids and the rest of the influent will fall into the tank. Once it's ready to be processed, the feed pumps will actually transfer the wastewater from this tank into our process tanks. Process tanks are both anoxic and aerobic. We'll first go through the anoxic tank into the aerobic tank. The aerobic tank is continuously aerated with diffusers that are on the bottom of the tank. That air provided by these blowers that you see behind you will go into the tank and provide oxygen to the microorganisms that are actually doing the work. After going through the process tanks and removing the nutrients, we then have to filter out the solids. This is a Xenon ZWeed 500 membrane. Okay, this is a high-end filter which removes the solids. Once the water has been filtered, it'll travel through these white pipes above and come through our disinfection system. Okay, we have 3 forms of disinfection here at the Visionaire. First is ozone, followed by ultraviolet radiation and sodium hypochlorite. The entire system is controlled by this PLC, or Programming Logic Controller. This will monitor flow rates, it'll monitor all alarm conditions so that we know how the system is operating. In addition to that, we have a turbidity meter. Okay? This turbidity meter will monitor the turbidity continuously. Show you the finished product. So we've taken what was once considered a waste product and we've treated it to a level for beneficial purposes. In doing that, we've reduced our potable water needs by over 50% and we've reduced our discharge into the sewer by over 60%. Cheers.
Hello, I am Rick Petrosino, Vice President for Natural Systems Utilities. During my career, I have been fortunate to be involved with many decentralized water reuse projects. Today, I am here to talk to you about the proposed Equus Port Perry treatment, discharge, and reuse of wastewater. In collaboration with Avenue Properties, NSU intends to design, build, and operate a system that protects the environment, public health, and conserves natural resources. Natural Systems Utilities was founded over 40 years ago by a forward-thinking group of engineers, environmental scientists, and sustainability experts who saw the urgent need for a more responsible and efficient management of our natural resources. In a world where traditional utility systems often strain the environment, NSU sought to develop a turnkey solution that not only addresses the needs of contemporary living, but also supports and restores the ecosystems we rely on. Today, NSU stands as a leader in distributed water reclamation and reuse innovation, operating over 450 systems across North America, including the largest collection of on-site reuse and natural treatment systems. Decentralized water reuse has many drivers, including water supply and demand, sustainability, resource recovery and resiliency, rising costs, aging and absent infrastructure, as well as the desire to build green. Decentralized wastewater treatment and its technologies are proven and exist in all corners of the world. From rural communities to high-rise buildings in major cities, wastewater treatment remains the same. It all starts with humans flushing toilets, showering, or doing the laundry. Each of these activities introduces contaminants into the water that need to be removed prior to reuse or release into the environment. Very similar to centralized treatment systems such as the Nonquan wastewater plant, wastewater is screened, treated biologically, clarified, filtered, and disinfected. The degree of treatment and technology selection varies depending on the receiving body of the treated water and if that water will be reused. For environmentally sensitive discharges and reuse, like Port Perry, a membrane bioreactor is typically deployed. The water quality discharge from a membrane bioreactor will meet or exceed that of a traditional centralized system, producing very low levels of CBOD, TSS, and nutrients. As mentioned previously, decentralized treatment and reuse is proven and well documented. I would like to share a few of NSU's projects to showcase the vast experience NSU has acquired over the years. Battery Park City, located in Manhattan, New York, is a world-renowned sustainable development. NSU designed, built, and continues to operate 6 in-building water reuse systems, serving toilet flushing and cooling tower needs of 8 buildings. The most well-known is the Solaire building, which houses many sustainable features. The building contains 293 residential units that produce 50,000 gallons of wastewater per day, of which 50% is treated and distributed for reuse. The image being shown is of the Solaire treatment system. It required about 2,000 square feet to treat 25,000 gallons per day. McDonald Island, located in Fort McMurray, Alberta, Canada, is a recreational island for downtown Fort McMurray, which includes a recreational center and golf course. Gillette Stadium, located in Foxborough, Massachusetts, and home to the New England Patriots, a new stadium was planned to be constructed, but the small town could not handle the water and sewer volumes that the stadium demanded. An alternative means of handling these needs were required. In 2001, NSU designed, built, and continues to operate a 250,000 gallon per day decentralized treatment and reuse system. All wastewater is collected from the stadium and surrounding Patriot Place. It is treated through a membrane bioreactor. The reclaimed water is used for all of the stadium's flushing needs, and any excess is discharged to groundwater through subsurface dispersal that is located below the parking lots. Domino redevelopment. Located in Brooklyn, New York, a 5-building district that will be home to thousands of residents as well as office and commercial space. Due to New York's aging infrastructure, there are 2 combined sewer overflow outfalls on the property. These overflows can discharge untreated sewage into the East River. Centered around the abandoned Domino Sugar Factory, the developer Two Trees came to NSU with a vision of building sustainably and eliminating the impact to the combined sewer overflow burdened area. NSU is currently constructing a 400,000 gallon per day membrane bioreactor that will provide all of the flushing, cooling tower makeup, and irrigation needs of the development. To further enhance the positive impacts of the project, NSU has obtained a surface water discharge permit. This will allow wastewater to be treated to reuse quality standards and excess to be discharged to the East River as clean, high-quality water as opposed to the raw discharge of the past. Each of these projects represents our commitment to protecting the environment and sensitive ecosystems, similar to Lake Scugog. Thank you for taking the time to better understand who NSU is and what we strive to achieve through water. NSU is honored to be assisting Avenue Properties achieving its goal of building a sustainable tomorrow.
Yes, Your Honor. This is, I'll just introduce Leonard Ng. Leonard is the world's leading landscape architectural designer. In my opinion, he's been awarded all over the world. You'll see what he's about here, and we've engaged with Leonard for Port Perry, and this is Leonard speaking to you.
Hello, I'm Leonard Ng, a landscape architect and country market director for Henning Larsen in Singapore. Over the years, I've been fortunate to work on projects worldwide that merge urban development with environmental care. Today, I'm here to talk to you about Port Perry, a project that could redefine sustainable community design. My journey in landscape architecture began in Canada, where I studied in University of Regina in Saskatchewan between 1983 and 1986. This experience deeply influenced my attachment to nature. In Port Perry, we will be working with Avenue Properties to come up with a sensitive design to unlock the full potential of the site for the residents and the public. We are eager to explore how this synergy might push the boundaries of community design. Avenue's vision is to build a new community that is inclusive for all. Henning Larsen will be using our global experience to create a design that seamlessly blends architecture with the landscape that is visually integrated with nature. Like what we did for Sungai Buloh Wetland Project in Singapore, where we enhanced the wetland biodiversity and created spaces for the community. In Singapore, I've worked on Jurong Lake Gardens, a project that revitalized a freshwater swamp forest, enhancing biodiversity and climate resilience. This experience taught me the power of restoring natural ecosystems to bring new life to urban areas, a principle we are bringing to Port Perry. Kampong Admiralty in Singapore serves as a multi-generational community hub, combining green spaces with essential services. This project emphasized inclusive design for all ages and needs, a principle central to our vision for Port Perry. At Rifle Range Nature Park, we transformed an abandoned quarry into a thriving ecosystem, restoring wetlands and forests while integrating visitor-friendly amenities. The balance between conservation and accessibility here is something we aim to replicate in Port Perry. In Bishan Ang Mo Kio Park, we transformed a concrete canal into a vibrant naturalized river, supporting diverse wildlife and providing a beloved space for the community. This transformation is a perfect example of how thoughtful design can turn urban infrastructure into something both functional and beautiful, a goal we are committed to. We hope to bring the insights from these experiences to our approach in Port Perry. Our goal is to create a community that strives to meet the needs of today, while also enhancing the natural environment for future generations. I'm optimistic about the possibilities for Port Perry and the chance to apply our global experience to this beautiful part of Canada. Thank you.
Is that it, Mr. Medhurst?
Yes, that's the presentation on wastewater and on the design ideas for the wetlands. And then there's now short slide presentation from Ontario Tech U, who had to leave. Ontario Technical University is proposing to work with Toyota, which is already a research partner with Ontario Tech U is intending to work with Toyota, which is already a research partner at Ontario Technical University, but we have entered into a memorandum of understanding with Toyota to bring their expertise on mobility design to the new project, and also to develop a hybrid or electric shuttle, which we plan on a public-private partnership, and that will just talk about Ontario Technical University's desire to be part of that development.
Thank you.
Okay, there are only 4 slides, and Dr. Williamson is not here. It's just showing you that they have one of the leading research teams in Canada. This is it. You see it's Ontario Tech U, and they receive funding from the federal government. Next slide, please. This is his current team. Next slide, please. The idea here, Toyota has indicated that there is, in their opinion, no shuttle, which is EV shuttle, which is suitable intergenerationally, but particularly for aging population. Toyota's proposing that we, together with the town, together with research, develop that vehicle, and that vehicle will be a project expense of the Equus project. The idea is to have a self-charging bus, which Ontario Tech is in development of now. Next slide, please. This is his picture. This is an idea of a bus. The current thinking of Toyota, I know, I'm sorry, I laugh too, but the ideas of everyone at the moment are that it perhaps should be smaller vehicles that are more on demand, not like traditional bus services. Next slide, please. This is an example of what they're thinking about, which is buses that actually self-charge when they're in certain areas of town. The idea would be that the bus would go from the Equus project to town, down as far as the Ontario Technical University and back, with stops at various places, such as a grocery shopping center. I think that may be the last slide. Thank you. Okay, and I'm sorry that Dr. Williamson is not here. He didn't realize how late the meeting was going on. I think that's the final slide.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, given, Mr. Medhurst, that you have spoken on behalf of Dr. Williamson, we will give you some latitude to wrap up a couple of minutes if you could. And then we'll move on to the presentation from SGL.
Yes, I wanted actually, Your Worship, I really wanted to address the people here this evening. I'd like to turn the mic this way.
No.
Is it possible?
No.
Well,
just.
I have several things to say, which is as follows. I've asked our lawyer to ask for a deferment because it's obvious, both what I've read and what I've heard here, that there are a lot of things to discuss. There have been many good points made here tonight. We respect them, and they're learning for everybody. And I think that in the 2 years that we've worked on this project and the hundreds of thousands of dollars that have already been invested in studies, which have been supplied to the town, it's worth a month deferral to look through to see where we can find some common thinking and see if the solutions are there. I would like to take some of the things I've learned here tonight and what I've seen in the last several weeks in postings from people like Mike Call and many others. I also want to just this evening say, with respect to Mississauga-Scugog Island First Nations community, with which we have all respect, they did ask for an NDA. They did ask for financial capacity. We did refuse. After I heard the chief speak, just for clarity, I have sent to every councillor a copy of the letter where it says we asked for the NDA, they asked for financial capacity, we refused. It's our view that we ought not to have to pay money and to sign a non-disclosure agreement to talk about it. I also want to say to everybody in the room, I'm sorry I can't face you, that, for example, the MSIFN supported the discharge of 197,600 liters of septic system effluent into the lake daily. That's 30 million liters during a season. They supported that. It was issued in 2022.
Mr. Medhurst, keep it to the topic, please.
Thank you. So in any event, there are many misconceptions. We're proposing no discharge, we're proposing drinking water quality water, and we're proposing to do this project in an elevated way far beyond what people think. So I just ask for the deferment, and I hope that we can engage, and I hope we can come back to the public, and perhaps we'll have some common thinking on how we might move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was going. Would perhaps one of you like to come up here and take my place? I would welcome it just for a moment to be in the back row. Anyway, no, but seriously, are there any questions to Mr. Medhurst? Councillor McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. Medhurst, for your presentation and the videos for the delegates that couldn't be here. Sorry, I'll speak clear. My question to you, Mr. Medhurst, is last December, you presented us with an idea. Sorry. Last December, you delegated to Scugog Council with regards to a chia. That chia has been removed, but at that delegation, there was many requests made as to what the Township of Scugog would require in order to continue with the advancement of considering that chia. Have you completed those items that we requested at that time?
Yes, we undertook all of the studies that were requested. They have been provided. They're all in writing. They've all been provided. They were in the MZO briefing book, and we conducted all of the meetings and public engagement that we were asked to do. There were half a dozen private stakeholder meetings, and there were quasi-public meetings, Castle Harbor, Canterbury Commons, and there was a full public meeting on May 7th. The rules changed halfway through because the CIHA was abandoned by the government, who replaced it with an MZO. So consequently, there was no chia to pursue anymore between the date of council meeting and the anticipated return date of May.
Sorry, if I might, Madam Mayor, through to Director Heritage or Manager Valerie. Would the change to an MZO have a different zoning framework required than the chia? Through to you, Director Heritage.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, no.
Okay, so all the items that council requested in December would still be applied to the MZO, and were they provided as per Mr. Medhurst said? Because I think I read differently in the report.
We're not referring to the report quite yet, Councillor, so
I apologize, thank you.
questions are directed to Mr. Medhurst.
Okay, through to you, Mr. Medhurst. A question to you. You said that it was over 2 years ago that you started working on this project. Did you start taking hydrogeological study data at that point in time?
We started first when we acquired the company that owned the land. We acquired all of the engineering studies that they had done. I note in the terms of conditions that were signed and issued on September 17, 2018, I'm doing this from memory, it didn't require a hydrogeological study, but there had been studies, an environmental impact study had been made, there had been studies made of the wells on site, and all of the necessary studies had been done at that time to permit building. So all those studies remain in place, including the archaeological studies, which stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. The archaeological study said no more studies make any sense because there's nothing here. And that continues to be in place. All those studies have been provided. The next set of studies you asked for were feasibility study for transportation. We did that. We provided feasibility studies from the engineers locally, that's WSP, to show that the waste treatment system is possible. We provided feasibilities on all the key issues because we're asking for density so that we can get into very expensive design to submit.
For time and clarity. So my question is around, have you applied to MECP for an approved design for the subdivision or for the development proposal? Have you showed them the videos and gotten the permit for MECP or this sewage system?
I'm sorry, I can't quite hear you.
Have you applied to MECP for the sewage system?
No, because we would apply to the ministry, the environment, when we know what it is that we are going to build and for the sewage and for the wastewater treatment, and we don't know what that is until we know the size of the project.
Okay, I'll wait till later to clarify with staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for Mr. Medhurst? Councillor Leroy.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Medhurst. I think you actually just hit the nail on the head when you said, when we know what we're going to build. As I believe that's the problem we're all struggling with, is that we don't understand where this is going, how it is going to work, how it can be staged to operate in the process of constructing a large project. There are a plethora of unanswered questions, so if the idea is to ask for a deferral, I think there are many, many questions about the system that we need concrete answers for. The videos show a concept, but it's not helping us advance understanding of how this would actually operate in this context.
Well, I agree with you, Councillor Roy, and I think you make a good point, and that is, for example, the video showed you a 2,000 square foot waste treatment system in a building of 450,000 square feet. That's what they said. We could, in the intervening month, we could meet with staff and councillors. We could discuss things like the phasing and say, well, then 225 units in these two buildings on this piece of the site, and we could settle that to at least satisfaction that it could be communicated to the public, and it could be discussed with staff, and it could be discussed technically. Because we've been focusing on the idea that the official plan of Scugog Township says this site is urban area, it's residential, it's good for intensification, and we'd understood it was good for up to 50 units per hectare, of which we believe there are 12 to 13 buildable hectares. That's the upland. But because of questions, and I understand it, and I'm very sympathetic to presentations prior, we should meet and discuss reality in saying, well, fine, then we would build these two buildings and this 220 units on this spot, and it could be signed off by Kevin Heritage and others, because there's parts of the site have already been approved for building. And the footprint of those two buildings isn't much different than the footprints of the houses. So there's things that could be settled in the course of a discussion with us, staff, and one or two council representatives. We could go over it, and at least we could bring it back in a month and say, well, is this our taste or not? If it's not, it's not. If it's not, it's over. And if it is, then also the public will have a chance to see what we're proposing. We are not proposing to build in 1 square foot of wetland. I didn't go on the record to say that, but we're not building in wetlands. So I just think that's the way to go. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions from members of council? Mr. Medhurst, if I could ask you a question. Seeing that there is such opposition from members of the community regarding this development, if council isn't going to support an MZO request, would you independently go through the province for an MZO on your own?
Well, we did post an FAQ, the frequently asked questions. So on our website, on the www.equisportperry.com website, there are frequently asked questions, but there's a button at the bottom and it shows all of them. In that, we're on the record to say we would not ask independently for an MZO. I have had a lot of discussion with people in the community, people who have outreach to me, including people very opposed to the project, like Joy McDonald. There are many people in this room who have reached out to us, and I'm listening. And consequently, it's also raised the issue, would we look to an MZO? And there is discussion about whether or not we would look for an MZO with support of the town, as opposed to asking you to do the MZO. And I think that's an open question that's well worth discussing in the next month. I would like to find solutions as opposed to just saying, well, this project's not happening in this community and it's going elsewhere. I'm very vested.
Members of the public, I will relinquish the chair back to the mayor, but I think we've been very, very patient and we need to continue to be respectful. We all want our voices heard, but we have to do it respectfully. Through you, Madam Mayor, if I can continue my question. Your property is currently zoned for 20 homes. If an MZO is not granted, either through council or through the minister, would your development company continue to build those 20 homes?
I don't think we have any interest in building 20 homes. We don't think it's, that plan from 2004 we think is wrong, and we have no interest in it. We're interested in building a different kind of project, and the reason we came to Port Perry is because there was no sewers system there, and that was the first look. So the answer is no.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No further questions.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Medhurst.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to invite Paul Lowe's and Tim Kane, Senior Associates, or Principal and Senior Associate of SGL Planning and Design, to present their presentation on behalf of the township.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, before I do that, could I have a motion to receive the previous delegations, please? Councillor Guido, seconder, Councillor McDougall, all in favor? Thank you, that's carried. Okay. Sorry, gentlemen, you can go ahead now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Do you want me to do it from here or the podium?
Maybe the podium, it might work better.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council, and members of the public. So we prepared a presentation, if we can get that up, the clerk can get that up on the screen. Our firm, SGL Planning and Design, was asked by staff to assist them on the peer review and the review and creating the staff report on the MZO application. If we can go to the next slide, please. Everybody can hear me okay? Is it good? Yeah. So I'm not going to take that long. We've got a bit to go over. It's a long staff report, but I'm going to try and be very brief. As you see, there's a number of things we're going to outline in the presentation, the background, very quick on the MZO process. Township's responsibilities in looking at an MZO. I'll just skim over the public content themes. You've heard a lot tonight on that and Indigenous community input. Then I'm going to spend a little more time on the township peer review comments, which is not only ourselves, but also your other peer reviewers, Burnside, who's looked at it from transportation, engineering, environmental perspectives. A brief overview on the staff considerations, conclusions, and then the key staff recommendations that are before you. So we can have the next slide, please. So very briefly on the background, you've heard a lot about the background, but Avenue Properties requested the MZO. Council in June asked staff to study the proposal and report back, and that's what we're doing today. And staff and the peer review consultants have reviewed in depth the developer's MZO briefing. If we can go to the next slide, please. The MZO process, as you heard a little bit, has changed from the CHIA. But basically the same, though, the same objective and the same outcome. But under the Planning Act, the minister can issue an MZO. What's different is the minister has released an information on what the zoning order framework is. And it says a number of information that needs to be provided to the minister when seeking an MZO. So that's detailed in our report. Then the developer drafts the MZO, seeks council support for the MZO, and then the developer submits the request to the ministry. So that's just a very brief overview on what the MZO process is. Next slide, please. In the township's role in that, the township endorsement or support will assist the province, and that's why one of the aspects of the MZO framework is the province is asking for the municipality to identify their support for the MZO, which is different from the previous process of MZOs before the CHIA and when the province started issuing these MZOs. Some of the township's responsibility is confirming consistency with provincial policy, and since your municipality is in the Greenbelt, the PPS, the provincial policy statement, does apply to the MZO and has to be consistent with the provincial policy statement. We're also, the responsibility is reviewing and considering public submissions, and certainly you've heard a lot of public submissions tonight. Also under the MZO framework is documenting Indigenous consultation and their concerns. And lastly, reviewing and addressing technical considerations that you would review with input from both the public agencies and as we've done with the peer review consultants. Next slide, please. Just so the public is aware, it's in township policy that public consultation is an integral component of the land use planning process in the municipality. And before making a decision, council has to be satisfied on a number of matters, and this is a township policy so that everyone's aware of that. And that is enough information. There's enough information to enable a person to reasonably understand the nature of the proposal. All public and agency comments have been assessed and analyzed, and they certainly have been through this process. And council's decision will appropriately balance the overall public interest. So the next slide, please. You'll see in attachment 7 to the staff report is a lengthy documentation of all the public consultation, of all the public submissions, I should say, that we've received so far. We've heard a lot more tonight on these matters, very similar matters that we got comments on that are addressed in the report, and then we've reviewed and addressed in the staff report. We've heard tonight on density, infrastructure, traffic. We've heard affordable housing, the environment. I'm not going to go through these since we've heard them all tonight. Next slide, please. We've heard about community services. We've heard about information being available, information on financial issues for the municipality. So all of this information we have reviewed and considered, all that public consultation, all the public input, and we've heard it again tonight, but that has been reviewed as part of the staff report before you. Next slide, please. We've also heard from the Mississaugas of Scogar Island First Nation. There's also comments that were received. We've received a letter from that First Nation. We also received comments from the Hiawatha First Nation, the Alderville First Nation. And the province, as I indicated before, under the MZO framework requires a description of Indigenous consultation. Some of that is addressed in the MZO brief that was submitted, and there's concerns that were raised earlier tonight and are raised in the letters that are before you. So I wanted to go over that overview so the public was aware of what we've reviewed as part of the staff report and council's aware as well. If we could go to the next slide, please. From the township, from the review of the MZO brief and the staff review of that MZO brief and the peer review consultants, there's a number of issues that are identified from that MZO brief, including policy conformity issues, including with the PPS, and particularly on the NHS aspects. And this relates to the development limits and setbacks to sensitive land use. And under the MOE guidelines, there is a D2 guideline that requires a setback to a sewage treatment facility, whether it's private or public, and that needs to be taken into account. We don't know that detail at this point. There's issues, of course, that are access to Simcoe Street, both through the wetland and through the getting approval from the region to access Simcoe Street. There's servicing, just the complete feasibility and the detail on that servicing. And there's the mechanisms to secure community benefits. There's also this information we need to provide that comfort when the municipality, when you have the province do an MZO, you're giving the control over that planning permission, the permission on the land. You're giving that, what's normally yours and your prerogative, you're giving that to the province and the minister to implement. So you need to be assured from yourselves that all of these matters have been addressed, because you then have limited control after that is issued. And it's good to hear about the request for deferral, because we may be able to, some of these concerns may be able to address when we meet with the applicant and through that deferral, and address some of the issues that they think we get, the information that they will have for us, and we can further have that discussion. If we can go to the next slide. When we've heard about the limits of development and where we're unsure of the limits of development, this slide is helpful in that what it does is overlay their concept plan from the applicant, from Avenue Properties, I should say, overlays the outline of the MZO, and outlines the previous limited development in the blue that was from the previous approved development. And so what the issue that we need to determine is what the limits of development are now. Are they the 2017 limits of the subdivision, which included both the wetland and the buffer to the wetland? So the limits of development have taken into account that buffer. So what's unclear in the MZO and what we need clarification of for us to provide support for it and recommend it to council is we need to confirm what that limit of this development is, because the MZO will permit development to the edge of the area of the red. So an MZO can include natural heritage features if they're zoned for only natural heritage features. So we need to know what that is, and the MZO can then zone that. So that's what the clarification we need. So next slide, please. In the staff report, we identified a number of additional information that's required to be able to recommend the MZO to council, including the environmental study, the floodplain issues, cultural heritage, make sure that's covered off, land use compatibility with the sewage treatment plant, an updated plan justification report to deal with the PPS conformity, and an updated concept plan. Next slide, please. And many of those maybe we can address through the deferral with the applicant. And so in terms of staff considerations and our considerations working with staff, there's a number of outstanding threshold issues that prevent staff from recommending council to endorse the MZO at this point. That includes the limits of development, which I've indicated. There's some township-owned lands that are included in MZO. What is a township comfortable with those lands being included in MZO? That's a municipal right-of-way and a stream corridor, drainage corridor. The need for confirmation of a responsibility agreement. Typically with a private sewage treatment plant, you'll have a municipality. The MOE requires a municipality typically to take a responsibility agreement. So if that system should ever fail, then it's a responsibility of the municipality to step in and make sure that it's fixed or take over that sewage treatment plant. Suitable access to the site, we've heard, whether Simcoe or through the local road. Concerns with indigenous communities, updated technical reports, and need for a site plan that can inform that MZO based on additional studies. Next slide, please. I've already talked about the lack of control once the MZO is issued. And although the municipality will still have subdivision control and site plan control, that doesn't allow you to reflect the permitted use of the land. That's set through the MZO. They'll have as of right permission, so you need to be aware of that. And then if the MZO is pursued, at minimum, staff recommend complete supporting reports be submitted for review. So in conclusion, if we go to the next slide, please. The staff report was based on a review of the developer's MZO brief, a document by ourselves, by staff, and by Burnside, your technical peer review consultant. Staff cannot support the proposal as submitted due to the unanswered questions I've already identified. Fundamental to that, as I indicated, is establishing that the limit of development and where that principle of development should be located in that MZO. And that requested additional information we think is critical to determining the zoning regulations, and maybe much of this information hopefully can help with a deferral. So briefly in the staff recommendations, next slide please. The following conditions is before you for the suggested staff recommendation in the staff report. Is the submission and acceptance of an updated environmental impact statement. It also addresses flood issues. The submission and acceptance of an updated draft MZO that addresses zoning limits of development, maximum density, gross floor area, performance standards. Next slide, please. C, the submission and acceptance of other technical studies that we've identified. Next slide, please. D, the submission of a revised concept plan that reflects the findings of those previous studies with a revision of the concept plan that addresses the township requirements for the right-of-way, existing right-of-way, and the stormwater drainage. Confirmation that the region will enter into a responsibility agreement for the private communal services if they should fail. Confirmation from the region that the second entrance to Simcoe Street will be permitted. If not, a full traffic analysis will be needed, not just a traffic feasibility study, but a full traffic analysis to look at the impact on the road network. Next slide, please. And that staff be authorized, authorized to hold a public meeting once additional information has been submitted, and after the township undertaking meaningful consultation with indigenous peoples. That completes our presentation. I and Mr. Kane would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Paul, and I'll just pass it on. Are there any questions from committee? Councillor Wright.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And through you to either the presenter or Director Heritage, whoever wishes to answer. If you could explain to me, help me understand a bit more the need for an updated archaeological study. There was one done for the 2018 proposal. Being an archaeological study, I don't think there'll be anything there now that wasn't there in 2018. or was the study done in 2018 not up to specs or regulations? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Through your worship to Councillor Wright. The main reason for the updating of the archaeological study is to reflect the recent comments from Mississauga of Scugog First Nations, as well as to reflect, in the absence of knowing what the development limit is, we were unsure of what area that archaeological study may or may not have covered. So the idea was that once we understand the development limit better, that study could be updated accordingly to capture any potential new areas for development.
Okay, thank you. I was under the impression that the full area was studied in the original. Okay, and one thing further, while reading through the report, I did come across on page 17, 1.6.1, proposed detail. And there was a point in there in the last line in there, it says private communal wastewater treatment outletting to the lake. That seems to be in contradiction to what we had heard from the proposal here this evening, that there would be no outletting to the lake. What is the status on that line?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, that's information we'll need to discuss with Burnside. Through this deferral, I think it will be important for Burnside to have further discussions with Avenue's technical consultants to understand that. That was not their understanding, so that would be good information to have and discuss with them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Guido, did I see your hand up?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, on slide, 13 of 19, under some of the staff considerations, it indicates needs confirmation of responsibility agreement for communal servicing. If an MZO is granted or supported tonight without knowing that piece of information, am I too close now? Now you can hear me. You can hear me too well. Without knowing who would be responsible for the servicing, what would that do to the municipality if an MZO was granted from the minister?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. What happens after the MZO is granted? They will have to get approval for the private sewage system from MOE. MOE, from my experience, although I'm not an engineer, but from my experience, they will be seeking a responsibility agreement. If the region won't agree to the responsibility agreement, it will come to the township to agree to that responsibility agreement, or they won't be able to get approval for their private sewage system, and they'll have to go back to the drawing boards. It's our recommendation that that issue, that threshold issue, be determined now, so you're certain of what's happening with that servicing solution.
Perfect, thank you. And on slide 14 under staff considerations, that a well-coordinated application with supporting information likely as efficient as an MZO process. Does that basically mean that if they were to follow the standard planning application process, that it would be just as efficient as the MZO, or does this mean something different?
Through your, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, no, it means exactly that. If a full suite of studies was submitted as part of an application, in our opinion, we would be able to be as efficient in getting this approved as the time it's been taking to get the MZO approved.
Fair enough. And then that would also address concerns, comments, and questions that we've received from the public that it is not following due process. This, you're saying, due process would take just as long as an MZO at this point?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, yes, that's our opinion.
Thank you. And one further question, if I may, Madam Mayor. All of the key staff recommendations that have been listed on slides 17 through 19, do we really think that 1 month is a sufficient amount of time for all of these items to be achieved?
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor, if they haven't done some of these studies yet, likely not, but I think the 1 month would give us an opportunity to better understand their thinking and understand where they're at on some of these studies and some of the issues that we've identified.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Guido. Any further? Councillor McDougall?
Thank you. Just to follow up on the question with regards to second access to Simcoe Street. In the region comments, it says, a local road in the ROP, no direct access will be permitted to Simcoe Street. Access must be provided through Castle Harbor Drive. So I think that pretty much answers where the region stands in providing a second access to Simcoe Street through the wetland. So why are we seeking clarification if the region will support a second access to Simcoe Street?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, that's our understanding as well. We want to confirm that because otherwise then we will, our recommendation that a full transportation impact study be undertaken on the impact of the development with one access on Castle Harbor Road, which is a local road. So what are the impacts of that? What's the impacts of the intersection at Simcoe? Because I'll have to look at that in terms of the impact of that intersection, whether that intersection needs to be signalized or not, if that's the enough traffic warrants for it. How do you have an emergency access into the site if there's only one access? 600 units is a fair amount with only one access, unless there's a dual carriageway, and dual carriageway is basically 6 meters on both sides, median down the center. That can work as well. But we need that detail to tell you, Burnside needs that detail to tell you that, yes, we're comfortable that the transportation can work on this site. And that's the information we need.
So should council decide to support an MZO application tonight through endorsement, should council decide to support an MZO application tonight through endorsement, would the residents on Castle Harbor Drive have input into the decisions as to what happens with Castle Harbor Drive as to the access to this site?
No, because if you endorse it, that is the access, and that is the only access you have. You need to come to terms with what that means to Castle Harbor Drive. And the question I think should be is once you get the transportation information, it will tell you what improvements need to be done for that amount of units. Is it so substantial it changes the profile of Castle Harbor Drive? There should be less units to be able to make that transportation work? We don't know those answers. Maybe it will work, maybe it's just fine. We don't know those answers without a detailed traffic impact study.
And what stopped a detailed traffic impact study from happening? How come a detailed traffic impact study has not been completed to date?
That's up to the Avenue to indicate to us. It's their responsibility to do that traffic impact study, submit that to the municipality, then the municipality have their peer reviewers, Burnside, do the peer review of that study.
With regards to, I think it's called D2, and it's not a drone in Star Wars. What does D2 refer to?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. D2 is a guideline by MOE. They have a number of different guidelines for different aspects, different compatibility guidelines. And compatibility guideline D2 is compatibility to a sewage treatment plant. And it has a guideline of a minimum of 200-meter setback to a sewage treatment plant, whether that's private or public. So that aspect also has to be addressed with MOE.
And on the proposed concept plan, is there a 200-meter setback to the buildings that are going to contain this sewage treatment plant?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, no, there's not the detail provided on that. We can't see that on the concept plan.
And further through you, Madam Mayor, if I might, a question in terms of the sewage treatment plant that's proposed. My understanding is I believe that should the hydrogeological studies been completed, the MOE CP the MOECP permissions for the sewage treatment plant could have already been applied for at this point in time. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, that's getting into an area of expertise that's not mine, and that would be a question we'd have to ask of Burnside, your peer reviewer.
Okay, and further, just one last question is has the region indicated whether they're interested in entertaining the required permissions for the sewage treatment plant?
Through Madam Mayor to the councillor, no, we haven't been told that one way or the other yet from the region.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McDougall. I think before we go on, you're getting awfully close to the report, which isn't on the table. So if I could have a mover and a seconder to put the report on the table so we can cover both at the same time, that would be good. So a mover, Councillor Leroy, seconder. Councillor McDougall, all in favor, it's to put the report on the table along with... Thank you. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I was remiss in that. Councillor Rock, I understand you have some questions, and it can be either to the report now or to the presentation.
I will just speak to this presentation currently, and I may ask to speak again to the report. I hadn't really collected my thoughts because it wasn't on the table when I asked to do the question. I just want to have one point of clarification here. Actually, sorry, my apologies, 2 points. So through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Lowe's. I just want to clarify your point in saying that it is the determination internally that we would be able to turn the planning, the approval around as quickly as the MZO. Are we committing to that, and what would that committed timeline be?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, we've been at it 9 months so far since they first came to us, came to you with this request. If they had submitted and gone through pre-con at that time and submitted, we, in my opinion, we'd be at a public meeting right now if all the information was submitted. It all depends on when if they want to go through a full approval process. Once they submit, certainly in 9 months, through our review, Burnside's review, we could have a public meeting back to you in that time period or less.
So to be clear, are we committing to a 9-month time frame?
I can't commit. That would be your planning staff to commit.
So through you, Madam Mayor, to Director Heritage, this concept has been put forward. Are you committing to a 9-month timeline?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, what the delegate is indicating, Paul has indicated that we've been at this for 9 months and that we've only received certain pieces of information, and through the planning report, we've asked for additional information and do a thorough review of the proposal.
Okay, but that, from what I just heard was that if everything on this list was submitted, then within 9 months we'd be at the point of a public consultation and we'd be essentially wrapping this up. So do you share that comment made by Mr. Lowe's that if we hit the stopwatch right now and everything is submitted within 9 months, we would be looking at going through a public consultation and potentially getting to a point of approval?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, yes, I would anticipate even slightly less than 9 months from now if we received all the information expeditiously.
Okay, and thank you. And then through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Lowe's again. As I've gone through your report, it seems as though when I'm looking at the staff report, there seem to be more requests for information that seem to be outside of the framework of what you had put forward in your package. Can help me understand where maybe there's a break between the asks in the staff report and what you have outlined would be necessary to move forward?
Through your mayor to you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, I'm not quite certain what you're asking. If you're asking for the presentation is not the same detail as the staff report, that may be. We're trying to be brief with the presentation, if that's your question.
No, sorry, I apologize. There seemed to be in the staff report requests for reports to be undertaken that didn't seem to be considered in your presentation. So was that in the realm of brevity? Because you seem to be focusing on some land use and more specific reports, whereas if I look at the staff report, there are some reports around financial impact and some other things that you didn't seem to touch on.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. Yes, it's for brevity, and there was a fuller list that I just skimmed over in the presentation. But yeah, it's brevity in terms of the presentation.
So it is brevity in terms of the presentation. So you feel as though all of those would be necessary to simply justify zoning use. So it would be your professional opinion, were this not an MZO, was any other process, that all of those things would be necessary simply to set zoning and land use.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, all of this information, well, in our opinion, is necessary for this council to make a decision on this MZO. For the zoning, I would think it would be a similar amount of information, but we haven't turned our mind to an actual zoning bylaw amendment and what is required on that. That would be undertaken through a pre-consultation meeting with the applicant, and we can identify with staff that list of studies that would be required.
So just on that point, hasn't there been a pre-consultation meeting? It's my understanding that a pre-consultation meeting happened with Avenue and the planning staff in May. So wouldn't have those been set out in that pre-consultation?
Manager Hendry?
Through you, Madam Mayor.
Bring it real close.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Is that better? No? Not on?
Right close.
All right. Here we go. One more time. Through you, Madam Mayor. There we go. We had an early consultation meeting with the applicant in the summer of 2023. At that time, the region had identified that a regional official plan amendment was required. And we didn't have all the agencies available to make that meeting. And as part of our pre-consultation process and policy with the region, is when a regional official plan amendment is required, the pre-consultation meeting defaults to the region. So we were waiting on the applicant to reach out to the region to have a pre-consultation meeting with them. And that at that time, we provide our fullness of the requirements for a complete application, which would include a zoning bylaw amendment, an official plan amendment at the township, and then as well, the region would provide their requirements for the regional official plan amendment. At that time, through the early consultation meeting, the region did provide some preliminary comments on what would be required to be submitted, which included an environmental impact statement and an archaeological study, as well as more information on the requirement for private communal sewage.
Okay, so just a follow-up question. There was no meeting in May of this year between planning and Avenue with the CAO and lawyers present.
You, Madam Mayor, I am not aware. I was not in attendance at a meeting in May.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. I just want to be clear. I was under the understanding that there was one. If you are confirming they're not, that's great. Thank you for letting me know. That's all for me.
Thank you, Councillor Rock. I'm a little confused by your question. I do believe that the CAO, myself, and Mr. Medhurst met. I don't believe it was, and I think actually maybe a lawyer at that time, and I think that was back in May. I'd have to check back on what even that conversation was. It was certainly not in respect to the studies that you were talking about at this point in time. So I'm happy to get back to you on that, but again, I'm not 100% sure. It was at the request of the CAO at the time, and Yeah, I'm not sure if it was to try and further bring forward discussion with staff or with the region. Sorry, it's been a long night, but I'd have to go back through my notes, but I do think there is something there.
Yeah, no, and that's fine. Like I said, I was just clarifying. I thought that there was one, and everybody's confirming that there's not. No worries. I trust everybody is letting me know. So no worries or concerns.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions from yourself, Councillor Rock?
That's everything currently. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions to the presentation or the report? Councillor Leroy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. First, I want to thank staff for a fabulous amount of work that was undertaken to create this report. I had moved that this be reviewed, and I appreciate the outcome. I also appreciate the interest shown by the community in our development process. I think it's very important that everyone is aware and participates. I'm also wondering, however, of staff, it is difficult to anticipate where a deferral negotiation might lead. I'm wondering if you are prepared to make any comment about the status of the existing plan of subdivision of 20 houses. Would that require further studies in the event that this particular proposal does not proceed as planned? Or would it be something that would be, as they say, shovel-ready today? And I apologize, I don't know if you have turned your thought to that question or not.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, thank you for the question. I haven't really turned my mind to that. If I was to look at an older plan of subdivision that someone wanted to build, we'd want to make sure that the conditions of approval were being satisfied. If there was conditions in there that may require an update, which happens from time to time, we may ask for an updated study just to confirm that those studies are still accurate and applicable for the development at hand.
So I think I understood you. You're saying it would have to be reviewed to a certain extent.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct. We just want to make sure if, for instance, if the environmental study or the archaeological study is out of date, depending on the conditions, we just want to make sure that they are in accordance with updated provincial policies and our official plan if something has changed. Or ministry policies have changed, there may be a requirement for a letter or an update to quantify that the information in those studies is still accurate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Leroy. Any further questions from committee? Seeing none, I just actually have one, and that's, I believe it's on page 12 of 19 in your presentation. It's the required additional studies. And I'm just curious, are all these studies, somewhere earlier in that it said a full suite of studies would be required by a regular zoning application. Are these the full suite of studies that would be required? Or are these being required because of it being a concept plan?
Madam Mayor, these are required based on our review of the information we have to date, the concept plan and the level of a study in the MZO brief. This is based on our being able to recommend to you the MZO. This is not with regard to a separate zoning application. It's based on the information we have before us today.
Okay, so further to that, if we were, and maybe you can't answer that, but if we were looking at a zoning application, these are normal studies that would come with the application or after the application is presented and we as a municipality would ask for them? Just to be,
Madam Mayor,
from my understanding.
These would be studies that your staff would ask at a pre-con to be submitted to be a complete application for a regular zoning bylaw amendment.
Okay, so they would bring in a site application and then staff would say, we are looking at this and now we need all these studies to confirm that this application can be approved.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to understand that. I don't have any further questions, so at this time, it is 10:30, so I do need a motion to extend for half an hour. Councillor McDougall, seconder. Councillor Leroy, thank you. All in favor? Thank you very much. Okay, so then I would like a motion to receive the presentation from SGL Planning. Councillor Guido, seconder. Councillor Leroy, all in favor? Thank you. And then so at this time, the report 11.1 was duly moved by Councillor Leroy and Councillor McDougall. Having heard both the presentation from SGL and the request from Andrew Biggert, is there a consideration of making a motion for a deferral, or are we going to vote on this report as presented? Councillor Rock?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe that based on everything we've heard tonight and from what we've heard from Avenue, I believe that a 1 month deferral to see if a better proposal can be put together would benefit us greatly, to have that sober second thought and the ability to get through some of the outstanding questions that staff have put forward, to see if staff can be made aware of the fact of some of the reports, some of the other undertakings, and see if we can come to an agreement with Avenue, or an undertaking with Avenue that would answer a lot of the questions and concerns that have been raised this evening. And I would prefer that the negotiations over the next month be done jointly with staff and one or two representatives of council through those negotiations.
You will need a seconder, Councillor Rock. Anyone interested in seconding? Councillor Wright, thank you. Are there any further comments or questions to the deferral? If it is deferred, we'll need the time and date. Is that correct? I think we'd like to expand on that deferral, that it includes the proponents, some representation, council and staff. But I'd like to also suggest that we include Indigenous consultation in it within the month. If Councillor Rock, if you would accept that as I can't actually make that, so I'll just say that's what I would like to see.
I guess it would depend on what that consultation is, because I'm not sure what the meaningful consultation would be in the month. So I mean, I couldn't speak on behalf of the Mississaugas as to whether that 1 month time frame would work for them. I mean, obviously, I'm not opposed to having Avenue and the Mississaugas having that conversation within the next month, or having them at the table through those deliberations. I have no opposition to that at all. I'm happy to have that as a friendly amendment. And to be clear, I'm proposing only a 1 month. So this would, whatever would be talked about through the 1 month would come back at the October PCNA meeting.
Chief LaRocca, could I just ask if you have some comments to that before we put you on the spot for being part of something? I know you want to be, but I don't know if you have the time to do it within that month.
Thank you. I didn't understand the process quite, so I wanted to ask for an additional 5 minutes to speak if possible, just to clarify a couple of my remarks. But as far as in addition to the motion, obviously I'm wanting for Scugog First Nation to be included in any conversations, discussions, deliberations, or consultations. But I don't think a month is going to necessarily solve any of the issues we're having, and certainly I'd like to be at the table. That's usually what First Nations would ask for and expect, but I can't guarantee that we would have it all sewn up by any means.
Okay,
so I'm not sure what Councillor Rock would expect from that.
Let's, okay, so since you have the floor, how about you do whatever the 5 minutes you wanted to have that, and then we'll move forward on the motion that's on the floor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really appreciate the extra time given Avenue's length of time, and of course being an Indigenous partner of Scugog Township, I really appreciate this. I just wanted to clarify, I did connect with some staff, and we did ask, as is, again, I want to reiterate really strongly, as is commonplace when doing First Nations consultation and accommodation talks, NDAs, or also known as non-disclosure agreements, are typical because proponents want to engage meaningful brainstorming opportunities with First Nations in what might constitute a consultation or an accommodation. Our consult staff did reach out to Avenue and propose that take place, as is part of standard fare accommodations for First Nations in Canada. And Avenue said yes, they agreed to that certainly, and in fact their lawyers did draft the NDA and sent it to Scugog First Nation, and then it ended up not being a mutual NDA, which I found strange, and so it never did get signed, and as it turned out, capacity funding was denied for further studies and peer reviews. So I did just want to clarify that, just make sure everybody understood the process. As far as the Stage 3 archaeology assessment, the Minister of Culture has changed the guidelines. The previous guidelines did not require consultation. We've expressed that Stage 3 is out of date. Avenue refused to update it. Basically, they refuse to consult us or have a peer review. So that's what we would basically be asking for going forward within the month and beyond. We anticipate that there will be archaeological remains of importance there, and so that is something we'd like to explore further. I just want to also clarify that in Haida Nation, basically the Supreme Court of Canada said they can delegate procedural aspects of the duty to consult to project proponents or third parties such as municipalities. However, the ultimate legal responsibility does rest with the Crown. So though that being said, the Ontario Superior Court of Justice has confirmed that the Crown can rely on municipal planning processes to fulfill the duty to consult, but this applies where there is an Indigenous rights claim, such as treaty rights like ours here in Scugog. So municipalities, of course, are creatures of the province with many decision-making powers, and when land rights and zoning is in question, that's when the consultation question is live with First Nations and municipalities. So that's how we see the law. Certainly, the Vortman case recently confirmed that municipal governments have a duty to consult prior to approving subdivisions and the like. So I just wanted to clarify those comments. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak again. I know it's been a long night. I want to give my thanks to Mayor and Council, as well as staff. I know this is very difficult, serving as a head of government. I can assure you I understand how challenging it can be. So I just want to give thanks to you and the crowd for listening. Miigwech.
Thank you very much, Chief. Okay, so we have a deferral on a mover and a second for the deferral. Can we have that put up for us? Oh, okay. So the clerk will get it dictated, and then we will have questions. While we're waiting, though, and just before we have numerous correspondence as well, but I would just like to also acknowledge that we are in receipt of the petition from the Save the Wetlands group, and when it was presented to us, for the record, there is 4,228 names on what we have received here. So just entering that for the record, and acknowledging that I believe Mr. Call said there was more, but what we have in hand and what was presented to us is 4,228. Also, in the interim, I believe we could move forward with the correspondence, and if we could just have a mover and a seconder to move the correspondence from 12.1 through to 12:17, and then we'll see if any of the correspondence needs. Councillor Guido? Seconder. Councillor Leroy, thank you. Is there any of the correspondence that needs to be? Mr. Clerk? Would you have the deferral, or what's happening? I apologize. There's a little bit of jumping around on this. It's not procedurally the way we do things, but I was hoping to expedite things a little more quickly because before we get to 11 o'clock. So while we're waiting, I'll call the motion on the correspondence if there is none to be pulled. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. I don't know. I can't read it. Can you increase that font, please? I can't read it. Okay, Councillor Wright, would you like to step down and read it for us? You didn't have to detach it, but sure. We're going to have to work on the technology in this community center.
Yeah, we've come a long way, but we're not quite there yet. Moved by Councillor Robert Rock, seconded by Councillor Harold Wright, that a one-month deferral be granted to see if a proposal can be put together to address outstanding questions and see if the parties can come to an understanding. That the process include township staff and two members of council, and that the process include an Indigenous consultant component.
Consultation component? And I think in the interest of this deferral, we should name we need to name them before we... Okay, so we'll incorporate that into the motion. So Councillor Rock and Councillor Wright as the movers and the seconders, would you like to be on that? Councillor?
Madam Mayor, I would like to be one of them, please.
Thank you, okay. Councillor, see, I don't know how we can do that, to be fair.
Be appointed by the people who were elected, not volunteered.
No, I'm thinking my way through that, thank you. Yes, I tend to agree. And I think that for the moment, yes, I think if the deferral passes, the two committee members will be named at council. I agree with you. I don't think it's right that we just choose right now off the cuff. So, and yeah. Okay, so the deferral is as was read by Councillor Wright. Are there any further comments or questions? Councillor Guido.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll try to get the microphone right this time, and if this does pass, hopefully we'll have council chambers filled so that community participation continues and just doesn't end this evening. My question is to staff. Is 1 month a reasonable time frame? Because I would not want to support something if it was going to fail right from the beginning.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. 1 month is going to be tight. I thought the whole intent of the deferral was for staff, two council members, and Avenue to participate in discussions to outline a process on how we can move this forward. So 1 month is going to be tight. We're not expecting any studies to be finalized over that 1 month period. It's going to take some time after the process is established to do that.
If I may, Madam Mayor, then what does a deferral look like? What is the end result that we can expect then in a month?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, I think what we can foresee after 1 month is that we have an agreement on a process on how we're going to move forward to resolve the issues. All the issues aren't going to be resolved in a month.
If I may, Madam Mayor, and I apologize if this isn't making necessary sense to me, but the township staff, members of council and Avenue, and my hope would be that we would have representation from the MSIFN there as well, would determine what the next step process would look like if they were continuing with an MZO versus a standard planning process.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, what I envision is that there would be a series of steps to take it to fruition that would be agreed upon by all parties, and that process would be brought forward to council for ratification.
So in supporting this deferral is not supporting an application, it's supporting the consultation continuing with the township staff, MSIFN, and Avenue.
That's correct.
And I'm sorry, is MSIFN reflected?
They are.
Oh, perfect.
It's Avenue that's not up there, isn't it?
Thank you. No further questions, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. For someone who can see it, is Avenue listed on there? Okay. So we do need to include Avenue, and it's my understanding it will be a process with MSIFN and so on and so forth, but it is not supporting, at this point in time, endorsing the MZO. Supporting the process so that everyone can work together, and perhaps there are studies that could come after the process, not all of them. Perhaps there's vital studies, perhaps further review of some of the studies. That's my understanding. Director?
That's correct, Madam Mayor. That would be subject to further discussion with all parties.
Thank you. This is very awkward. I'm sorry, folks. Councillor Wright, can you again read, please?
Moved by Councillor Robert Rock, seconded by Councillor Harold Wright, that a 1-month deferral be granted to see if a proposal can be put together to address outstanding questions and to see if the parties can come to an understanding that the process include township staff, 2 members of council, and Avenue, and that the process include an Indigenous consultation component.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Guido.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. I'm just, if we're not appointing the council members until next week at council, then that's really reducing our time frame to 3 weeks. And I don't know if that's a reasonable time frame for staff to meet with Avenue and with our MSIFN partners. Is 1 month the only time frame that we as council are willing to entertain?
I'm certainly fine with 2 months myself.
Madam Mayor, this is Councillor Rock. I guess that would be a question also to, I know we asked Chief LaRocca, I guess it would be a question to David Medhurst as well, is if he would be open to a time period longer than 1 month.
So I think for efficiency, first, there would be part of the problem is that I know that I'm away for 2 weeks, and it's just a reality. I think that 6 weeks would be better under the circumstances, because I was thinking of a month deferral from the council meeting to the following, not shorter, but I think a slightly longer would be better and more productive for everyone. And I think if it's clear, we're trying to see if we can come to an undertaking or a mutual agreement between all the parties as how we might go ahead. I think that we want to be useful, and we have had 18 months of ongoing consultation with staff, and it hasn't really got us anywhere. I think the idea of collective party, if we can reach an agreement, otherwise we can't, but we might.
Thank you. Thank you. May I suggest that we move the deferral to the 18th of November, which would be almost 2 months from today, or it will be 2 months from today, and we move from there. It will come forward at our planning and Community Affairs Committee meeting on the 18th of November. Sorry, it's been a long night.
I am happy to accept that amendment, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Chief LaRocca, would that work for you?
I have to say, I know this is probably difficult to hear, but we usually book about 3 months ahead. Probably you do too. And I feel like even 2 months is going to be tough. I think these are going to be very difficult conversations, but setting that aside, we're always open to meet and try harder. So if possible, I would ask for 3 months. But that's just...
That would take us into probably...
then maybe the new year.
No. I with all due respect, okay, all right, Councillor McDougall.
I can do this in less than 9 minutes. Thank you. This is the 5th time Avenue Properties has come before council. I'm not in favor of a deferral tonight. 9 months ago, if we would have proceeded with a regular planning process, we would have already, gotten to our zoning decision. My question to Director Heritage is there a problem with the planning process as it is right now, such that it's broken that the Township of Scugog needs to come up with a new planning process tonight? I'm saying, what's wrong with the regular planning process?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, that was one of the options outlined in the staff report.
Okay.
The second option was to proceed through the regular planning process and deny the MZO.
At the moment...
Thank you.
At the moment, we have a motion to defer on the floor. So, if that fails, then we'll have to make a decision on the 2 decisions that are within the report, which is to either endorse the MZO or sorry, I'm just trying to read it to be clear. And so I think we'll call, if there's no further questions about the deferral, Councillor Leroy.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to I think, Director Heritage. I had posed this very question to our CAO. I just want a clarification or confirmation. Should we simply decline the MZO request tonight? That was, if we choose to do so, there is in theory nothing preventing the applicant from returning with a revised or substantially revised proposal. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, there's nothing preventing the applicant from coming forward if the MZO is denied with applications that would proceed through the regular planning process.
So that's not entirely my question. Maybe I'll repose the question. For clarity, can the applicant return with a revised proposal that still seeks an MZO? So I'm trying to understand if this increasingly complicated deferral is really necessary, or can the same result be achieved by the applicant should they choose to continue discussions with staff, return to us with a revised proposal?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, yes.
Thank you.
Set to a timer.
Let us know what the time frame is. Let us know what the time frame is on the deferral. If it gets passed.
Okay.
And it's passed.
No, I'm sorry, Chief.
I hope that, I hope we can say no to the MZO tonight. That would be my preferred option in case that wasn't clear.
Councillor Rock.
Hi, Madam Mayor. I think we're getting pretty confused and little bit off track. I'm a bit concerned with all of the conversation being thrown around, like around the idea that, hey, you know, if they had simply in December had gone through the regular planning process, we'd be all done now. Like, I would remind everybody, how long has Magnum been trying to get zoning? Is it 2 years, 3 years? So let's not hang ourselves on the whole 9 months and this would have been wrapped up by now, because that's clearly not what has happened. So I would put a sense of caution on this, that we haven't done that. We couldn't even approve Birchwood within 9 months. So let's be cautious on the idea of timeframes, because we haven't historically hit a 9-month process when it comes to approving development.
Thank you very much. We have a deferral on the table. I will call the question on the deferral as it is presented. All in favor?
I am in favor. I'm in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Rock. Ladies and gentlemen, please, it's been a long night, and we are trying to get through it before the next 5 minutes so that we can have this meeting concluded. All in favor? Those opposed?
Show of hands.
Those opposed? Okay, so that is carried. The deferral fails. So now we'll go back to the report and to the recommendations. So Bird failed. The deferral failed. So now moving forward, we had a mover and a seconder on this. So we will have to select one of the options. So I think we'll split the recommendations so that the presentation from Paul Lowe's and item number 2, that both the report and the presentation be received. Could we have I'll call all in favor or opposed to that, so I'll call the question. All in favor of being received?
Can I just move that item 1, recommendation 1 and 4 be moved?
So you're denying the MZO. That's what he's moved.
Okay, so Councillor McDougall has moved that item 1, 2, and 4. Is that what you're suggesting?
Not 2, 1 and 4.
So that the presentation is received and that council include a letter to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing? Is that what you're suggesting, Councillor McDougall?
It's this one, council deny the MZO. That's what he's moving.
I don't have that.
This is
Anyway, okay.
I've got a minute.
All right, so we may have to ask for a short extension. We're too close to not complete this. All right, so Councillor McDougall, will you please say what you are moving, and then we'll have a seconder for that as we're splitting the report.
Madam Mayor, I'm moving that Dev 2024-029 recommendation number 1, that report, Dev 2024-29, request that the township endorse the minister's zoning order, or request the report be received is part 1. Part 4 is that council deny the MZO by Avenue Properties Corp. And that the proposed development proceed through a municipal planning process.
Okay, do we have a seconder on that? Councillor Coyne? Okay. Any further comments or questions? All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. That's so rude. Okay, so, all right, so that brings us to item number 13, any new business or general information? Seeing none, I'll have a motion for adjournment. Councillor Guido, Councillor Coyne, all in favor? Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for your patience and tolerance.